this is trade spotting. This is the 15-minute chart on GME, where as you can see we've put in another touch of bullish divergence. If we drop down to the 1-minute chart, because that's where everything happens, right? You can see we're in this period of consolidation. It's a rough range from here to here. That's the 1 minute. And we'd like to be at the top of that rather than the bottom of it. This just looks like a chart, but it's actually a fucking war. And although we're just one small corner of the internet, one tiny community, it's much like when you're on your way to a really big event with all your friends. You call in for your best mate, you chap the door, you tell him you're going, he comes with you. You call into the next guy, and then there's 3 of you. 5 minutes later, there's 6. By the time you get to the end of the street, there's 20 of you. And then you turn up at the next part of town, and you meet up with the next 20 dudes or girls that have all just come out of their house, and they're all on the same fucking journey you're on. And what you maybe don't know, having come from that little community, wherever it might be, is that you've joined a war that's been going on for decades! Since the 1950s and 60s, the bastards that got their grip on the way the world works, that sunk their teeth into all forms of government around the world, have finally decided to take us on face to face. And they've decided to do it with GME.
Good morning, guys. I'm having issues with the stuff right now. I'm trying to get everything set up for tonight. One second. Is that fixed? All right, cool. Good morning, everybody. Sorry about the delay there. I'm trying to get like the Zoom meeting and everything set up with trade spotting for later. What's up, Carl? All right. Am I good? I think I'm good. All right. Good morning, everybody. GameStop doing jack shit today. We've got a bit of a gap we can fill up just past 162.50. Yeah, that's at 4. I'm going to do a separate stream this time so I can get it live right away and we don't have the issues with the VOD like we did last time. Yeah, 6K volume this morning. It's bad. It's pretty bad volume. But they only have 200,000 shares, so we'll see how it plays out. I love the stream homepage. Oh, the card I did? I just did that this morning for fun. It's a GameStop channel? I thought this was a Tesla Spurt Home Depot stream. I mean, I do have a job. JBet. Let's do it. What? All right. I don't know what's going on with that. I'm not tending to the mold. It's not like I'm a mold farmer. SPY looking to open at all-time highs. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. I'm pretty sure that the stimulus bill passed the Senate, so I'm sure they're pretty excited about that. And by they, I mean whoever's buying the SPY. So WeBull doesn't update pre-market data properly. It'll update after-market data after 15 minutes, but it won't update pre-market data until market open. They don't pay for it. I think you can pay for it with them, but it's pretty expensive. Have you seen inflation numbers? No, not yet. Are they out already? How about that Fubo? Is Fubo running? I need to look at that today. Ooh, nice. Like a lot. Holy shit. Some kind of announcement? Oh, because their earnings. Advertising revenue was up 281%. Cool. Well, maybe I'll get ready to sell some. I like it. Ripped an aftermarket. Still no announcements on sports betting, though. That's kind of what I'm waiting on. Job? I don't think you know what that word means. I mean, I do. I've had lots of jobs. Spy doesn't seem to care about CPI. No. Just a mold breather. Well, I'm sorry, Parrish. August, July consumer price increase 5.4% from year earlier. Core CPI up 4.3. Oof. I would never. I would have thought you were too young to know air supply. It was just stuck in my head when I woke up this morning. Man, I buy good stocks. This AMD, Fubo. I swear to God, if that thing beeps again, I'm going to kick it out of my window. Airhead confirmed. Thanks for that, by the way. I've been singing it since I read the title. You're welcome. That's what I do. SoFi earnings tomorrow. Hope my calls print. Awesome. Just so you know, no name, watch your IV today. If it spikes, maybe get out because the fucking market hates SoFi. Like every hedge fund and every major bank is working against them actively. Just looking more into White House last night. Would it be possible that the run up to June was an accumulation, not implying anything, just learning? Possibly. I don't think so. The pattern wasn't right, but yeah, I mean, it's kind of just something that plays out due to market psychology over and over again, more than it is something you should be actively looking for. Because if you start actively looking for it, you're gonna see it everywhere. It's not my pager. It's my air conditioner. It's being a prick. Yeah, Fubo's got some room to run too. I might add it to my watch list today. What am I not looking at? I'm not looking at that. I don't know if that's there. Yeah. What do you think about Upstart? Looks to spike every earnings and then drop in a few days. Could be a good put play. Possibly, yeah, if it spikes. I don't really know much about that company. But that just generally means that they have good earnings, but they're not like their long-term prospectus isn't super great. Yeah, I'm not expecting anything from the Palantir earnings. I'm not even playing it. We need another MM. Oh, you mean like one that provides liquidity? Imagine having an AC pager combo in 2021. I mean, I never could have imagined it in 2020. But, you know, technology will trudge on. Calls on Fubo expiring Friday. I'm thinking about it. Just so I can like capture some of the movement, but it's already up 15% in pre-market. Seriously. I recently switched from Yahoo Finance to WeBull for ticker watching. I don't know why I would ignore your recommendation. You're always right. Yeah, Yahoo Finance is garbage. God, I miss pagers. Become a doctor. They still use them. Cat could go up, yeah. But it hasn't passed the house yet, so I don't know how much of that movement will happen before it passes the house. But they're one of the... They've got a lot of money in that. They're definitely pushing for that bill to get passed, so it's interesting. They could run. Might be a good place to get leaps while it's cheap. If you expect it to pass the house in the same fashion. Thanks to GameStop not having MOASS yet, I have to go back to work today. Much disappointment. Well, I'm sorry, Space Ghost. Good luck to you, sir. Stop. Stop what? Best part of being an Aussie is ending the day watching your stream begin and then starting my day with it still running. Cheers. Have a good one, Dylan. Good morning, Sean Daniels. Really feel the Dan private chat that surely exists. There's no Dan private chat. Would inflation also benefit Home Depot? Yeah. That's kind of what I was thinking. That was one of the things. It's not so much that it'll benefit it. It's just that people will want to get, remodels and repairs and DIY projects and stuff done and get that priced in pre-inflation into their home, right? If, for people that understand how inflation works. Because having those like remodels and repairs and stuff priced in pre-inflation will be significantly more valuable in a post-inflation economy. Each Dan has an earpiece. They're like Agent Smith in the Matrix. For sure. That makes sense. I have a vacation in the last week of August, first week of September. We will MOASS by then. Maybe. That's ridiculous. Like, oh, do you think it's been waiting on you this whole time, Cooperunks? None of us knew. None of us knew we were just waiting for you to almost go on vacation. They are just getting shovel ready. We're entering a depression. Probably. Yeah, absolutely, Joel. They'll keep it up until it crashes. And then they'll be like, "Wow, it was inflation. It was crazy." I don't know why your message disappeared, Chris. Thank you for that, whoever donated. I appreciate it. Is recent volume usually low this time of year across the market? July, August is just absolutely abnormally low. I mean, yeah, volume's low in the summer. Except for like the stocks people are really focusing on. It tends to lead to things running a little harder in the summer because there's fewer plays like on the market. We're definitely getting hit by that though. Like we're definitely seeing that like summer lull occur on GameStop. Poops the bed. Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate the membership, man. I'm going to get you hooked up with a song, and you need to hit me up on the Discord so I can get you added to the Billionaires Country Club.
Hey, dude,
I need to charge my headphones.
the billionaires. We ain't no gorillionaires.
Poops.
Andrew Mo
Yeah.
money sucks.
It'll probably happen next Thursday and Friday since I'm not able to attend. For sure. I mean, you could just miss it, right? See hot or yeah. You just be like, I can't come. It's MOASS. I don't understand the sentiment of like I get this message a lot. Like, is MOASS gonna happen on X day? Because I'm not gonna be around. And it's like, make yourself be around. It's fucking MOASS. You've been waiting 8 months for it. It's really disgusting how low the likes are currently. We'll get there. The dude, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, man. I appreciate it. Can we chat? Tell me how many shares they borrowed to short? 225,000 this morning, I believe, or 220,000 this morning. CPI numbers looking eerily similar to 2008. Yeah. Although the consumer price index wasn't super affected back in 08. People were just spending money. Things were good. I will say everyone's a little more on edge this time around, right? Like 2008 really came from left field for a lot of people. Drop everything, including your pants, for MOASS. This is the way. We'll be fishing next week. I might miss MOASS. Where should I send your bluefin? I mean, if that's a serious question, JC, I want a bluefin tuna, so hit me up. I do have pants on. I mean, while I think it's unlikely that it will go into 2022, it's possible. If we all boof a single dollar bill, we can reduce inflation. That's possible. I have upstart calls. Good luck. So are we in a standoff? And then not too much sell pressure, but hardly any buy pressure either. Does this mean we're likely sideways-ish until a catalyst? Possibly. Although you have to remember that buy pressure on GameStop significantly outweighs the effect of sell pressure. So we don't need as much buy pressure. Like, the sell pressure is pretty intense. It hasn't really gone away. But we don't need a lot of buy pressure to move the stock up. Which explains, like, you know, our 6 and 12% days where we've had basically no volume, but the price has gone way up. What's your floor? Asking for Sahib. Tell Sahib now. My coffee high's wearing off. I haven't really had any of my coffee yet, so I'm still picking up some steam. Is 3 years a measure for business turnaround? Can be. Or 3 or 5. My floor is wood. So is mine. And mold. Mostly wood. Right now. What's been the most surprising or unexpected thing for you about this channel since starting the stream all those months ago? Well, I have viewers, which I didn't expect. And then they've stayed. Like, not only did they show up, but then they've hung out and stayed around, which is shocking to me. Did you notice the price going up on tiny red candles yesterday? Well, red candles aren't all sell volume, right? That doesn't mean like only the stock is only being sold for that minute. Thanks, Lugs. How do you keep the fame from going to your head? I just try to remember that I can't wait for this to be over. Caress that like button. Depress that pickle juice upon the enjoyment button. Oh boy. This has to be the most sexually frustrated stock stream. Like, you could cut the tension with a knife or a dull pair of scissors. Yeah, trade spot. We're doing the trade spotting interview after market close today. When would classes start if you end up having to go to next semester? I mean, I'd put... What in the f is going on with that? It's not, my air conditioner is having some sort of weird... It's doing a thing. It's all boof talk. It's a bomb. Throw it out the window. No, I don't know what's going on with the AC. Kenny's hacking your AC? I don't think so. I don't think it has the technology in it to be hacked. Plug it, see if that helps. And hopefully not my computer simultaneously. How do you find plays? Well, I'm not going to tell you that, because then I'd be useless. I don't do random TA. I'm usually looking for specific things. Right now, it's just been earnings, because that's really all that fucking happens during the summer. HD going for another 335 test? Could be. I hope so. Because I have some more calls there that I want to get rid of. It's a nice sound wave you have on the screen. Thanks. Oh, look, it's market open, guys. Ding, ding. the volume's really, really bad. Yeah. AMD getting ready to bounce. Jimmy gonna be more stagnant by Bathroom fan today. Does GameStop have a time limit to pay a dividend after the April AGM? Not sure. Good to see the volume for the pre-markets. I mean, it's picked up a little bit. Just not much. You wouldn't even think we were open. There's only 30K to borrow. Does that mean they're sat with 1.3 million to attack with? No. They used 615,000 yesterday. So they only have 220K today. Fubo rocketing. No, Fubo's coming down pretty hard, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna hold off on that. It's not in this account. I'm scared to hold my diamond hands. Can you please flatten the volume peaks in your audio so the level is more consistent? Is that possible? I don't think so. Hold on. I could reduce the gain. Maybe that'll help. Sometimes you lean in, it's a bit loud. I know. It's kind of all over the place. Doing our morning double bottom? I don't know. You can add a digital compressor. Audio's great. I think there's a lot of different audio opinions. We may have spoken about this in the past, but do you think the Fed, SEC, etc., have been preventing MOASS until some future time? I mean, there's a possibility that the SEC could be involved, but it's unlikely. Yeah, the inflation data's out, apparently. I guess. Yeah, I see Home Depot's ripping pretty hard. I'm excited about that. Yeah, my 335s are printing. Hold on one sec, guys. You need to add auto tune. Normal stocks trade similar percentages to GME, AMC, and dark pools. What is the normal percentage of dark pool trading? I have no idea. I don't track dark pool trading, right? That's kind of the point, right? Is that they're dark pools. So like the idea of tracking them seems silly. They're using their ammo. I mean, a little bit, I guess. Yeah, the last time that we had three months of increasing inflation was before the 2008 crash. S&P always be doing that. Kim Sim, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire again. I appreciate that.
Hey dude, welcome to the Dillionaires. We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo Money sucks.
Trailing stop on HD. I mean, I just have a limit sell set. It looks like all of my Home Depot 335s and okay. Well, I'm now out of Home Depot for now. I think Trade Spotting has some sort of dark pool data he pays for. Interesting. It sounds pricey. 65% regular down to 50% in the last week. We were up pretty high yesterday. I don't even think it's dropped that low. Hold on, let me look. Yeah, I mean, we were sub 40 for about 3 days. And then back up to 50, and then yesterday was 66%. So they just weren't shorting traditionally, right? They were shorting with the market makers. How's inflation? 5.4. 80K volume. Yeah, it's really shitty. Bleeding with the market too. What's the amount of the amount available to borrow? I think there's like 30,000 shares left, but there were 250 this morning that they borrowed. Whoa. That was a nice bounce. Oh, never mind. It's 1300 volume. Look at that bid-ask spread, guys. Please always make sure you're speaking at 12 decibels. I'll do my best. What Jamie saw in the dark pool data he pays for made him infuriated. Might make for good, informative talk. But, oh, I'll try to remember that. How can they seriously have money to keep doing this? Do you know how much money these guys have? I don't think you like you guys are the same people that have repeatedly told me that $1 billion is a lot. They have hundreds of those. Hundreds of billions. Billions. But this must cost hundreds of millions each time. Yeah. I mean, we know yesterday's short attack cost, a lot. You can try Yellow Tree Hugger. Us pigeon wells can wait for years. Why don't Citadel just buy one share when MOASS happens? They can hold the price is worth more than their net worth. Boom. No bankruptcy. I mean, they would be required to return that share to the lender, though, unfortunately. Citadel will be buying a lot of shares during MOASS. They just won't be able to keep any of them. If they borrowed 700k shares, is that like 800,000? So they borrowed 615,000 shares. It's 98.4 million in collateral that they had to post. Has the volume taper off and yet the price goes up because the bid-ask spread is really wide. I mean, that's how much they have to pay APY on the 98 million message for Hawk. But they still have to post the issue is the collateral, right? Like, they only have so much collateral to post. Otherwise, they have to keep locking up other positions in order to short GameStop, right? Or moving out of other positions in order to continue shorting GameStop. Their collateral's not unlimited. I know it's not a donation yet, but I just wanted to thank you. You've seriously changed my morning moods. Once MOASS happens, even if you don't stream anymore, maybe keep a pickle crew chat. I'll think about it. I mean, they don't have trillions of dollars. How are the options for this week? IV's been spiking a bunch on GameStop, which is interesting. So AMC, GME, BBBY are running exactly the same this morning. What causes that? Attacking ETFs. Yeah. I'm sure lots of stocks have similar patterns. Fubo, AMC. I think all of that has more to do with this, right? Home Depot, after its initial rip. How do you check IV on GME options? Just go look at it. Or look it up. Just look up GME implied volatility. Generally, when IV spikes like that, though, it means the market maker expects a move. 100K to go down, 15K to go back up. I know. So practically, we're all in a game we can't win without Ryan Cohen and his intervention. No, I disagree. Again, compounding losses, guys. Compounding losses. That means that it costs them more and more every single day to float the position. And each day it costs more than the day before it. Cat is on the prowl. Well, I want MOASS. Well, too fucking bad, Mr. Diggs. Yeah, there's also opportunity cost. You're right, J-Dubs. They're exponential compounding losses. Because they have to suppress the price. They can't just stop shorting. If they stop shorting, the stock will just run, right? It'll just keep going up. How expensive is it to short, Jimmy? You have to post margin collateral for each share you short. So, not cheap. Yeah, the options gains are nothing compared to the cost of holding the position. Given that they're buying most of the options to short the stock, they're really net zero on that, right? That's also inferring that, like, Citadel, the market maker, is working directly with Citadel, the hedge fund, in, like, blatant market, like, collusion, and that wouldn't fly. Like, I know everyone wants to think that, but it's just not. Like, if it could be happening, but it's very unlikely. It'd be too obvious to other firms and the market at large, and they would just, you know, A, report them, and then B, trap them in their position. But the use of RRP increasing since January 28th is interesting. Eddie, it's not really interesting. I mean, we have inflation, and they're trying to stave that off and keep interest rates from going up. That's all the increase in RRP really means. What's driving it up? The bid-ask spread. So, if they stop shorting, then there's almost no sell pressure on the stock at all, right? Like, nobody's really selling. You know, especially between 160 and 180, like, that's where apes bought in. Most people are down some small percentage right now, right? And we've already determined that we're not willing to sell at 350, right? And so then that means that, like, since we're not selling between 160 and 350, the price would have to go higher for that to create sellers. And they don't want that because it costs them a lot more money every day to float their short position when GameStop's trading at $350. But what you guys are forgetting is that most of their short position is at like $5. So they're already super far underwater every day. Does it make sense to buy GME calls? It can at times. I've made more money on them than I've lost, but I've lost money on them too. If the problem with GME calls is timing them. It's not really that they're a bad thing to have. Aren't most shorts posted as longs and filings generally? But don't we have 2 more days till the 13Fs come out? One entity shouldn't own an MM and a short hedge fund. I mean, they don't, right? They're not one entity. That's not how U.S. corporate law works. They're separate entities operating independently of one another. Same name. Later, board gamer. Thanks for the like, man. Collateral posted in the form of cash, ideally, or same as cash assets. Bonds. Bonds are a good one. Or didn't they end up shorting Jimmy into oblivion between 2015 and 2020? If they had so much money on hand, just greed, trying to limit their shorting to maximize gains if GME went bankrupt. I mean, yeah, that, and like there's like an 80-20 rule, right? Like you have to get 80, you have to short 80% of the stocks to drive it to zero, 20% to bring it down, and then the other 80% to drive it the rest of the way down. It's not easy to put a company out of business vis-a-vis shorting. So it's possible they thought they had more time, or they thought the business would fail on its own without them actually shorting it to zero. That's okay, Graham. Thank you. $13Fs have been out. All of them? Yeah, they're due Monday, August 16th, dude. They're not all out yet. I mean, any short positions above 160, they could roll down, right? But anything below it, they can't really do shit with. You think MACD doesn't do anything. It's just an indicator that follows the movement of the stock. So like having a crossover on the MACD doesn't move the price up. Only buying does that. It indicates we're entering a period where buying is more likely. Could be that short hedge funds are buying so many in the money puts, the MM has to delta hedge so much that when they deleverage, it triggers MOASS And the short hedge funds just blame the MMs, or are they not that dumb? I mean, the MMs aren't that dumb. But I think we've also kind of established that the MMs aren't hedging properly. Or specifically the DMM isn't hedging properly. Well, yesterday we got hung up on pineapple pizza for a long time, Peter Dragon, so... Why are people advocating for AMC despite the clear reasons you stated as to why it's not going to end up being much higher than hundreds at best? Because they're stupid. Stupid people. If you take the average person you know, and you're like, they're kind of dumb, more than half of people are dumber than that. Do you think someone will go to jail after this? And some dude from Credit Suisse, probably. – 80/20, just like Burger Meat. Got it. Buy more and hold. Awesome, dude. Isn't it worse for short hedge funds? Everyone will keep buying more. Yeah, I mean but the goal isn't to win at this point, right? It's just to stay alive. It's just survival. I don't think they realistically think they're winning. According to today's 13F, Susquehanna is also short on Spurt. That's interesting. That would explain why we see some similar movement in the two stocks, probably. Spurt has a reported short interest of like 30%, but I think it's expected that it's higher, and they announced their merger, so could be interesting. Can MOASS reach its peak of one trading day? I mean, if it gaps up enough, yeah. But it'd have to gap up a lot. So yeah, MACD crossover can encourage opportunists. It can also encourage, God, we're just trading like a penny stock at this point. It can encourage algorithmic trading. So yes, in a way, it can be a self-fulfilling prophecy. But we have 165,000 volume so far today. Almost 30 minutes in. So what happens when the volume is low like this is we just get dragged around by the market. This is definitely our lowest volume open that I've been a part of. It would appear that they're not hedging in the money calls properly because there's volatility upon exercise on Fridays, which we've seen a couple times now, and that usually implies that people are exercising options. Probably the people moving into positions, like all these states and their funds, right? When they buy these. Is this working? Hold on. I just want to make sure this is up and running before I have it crash on me again. So you have all these states buying these like 10 and 30 Cs to move into their positions without affecting price. And on Friday, when they're exercising these contracts, we're seeing a jump in price. And these should be fully hedged, right? So when they buy these, they should be buying 100 shares at market to hedge that position, right? But when they're exercising them, we're seeing volume come in, which indicates that these aren't properly hedged. So it means that they're kind of favoring short side, probably in an effort to maintain max pain, right? But market makers aren't supposed to do that, right? They're supposed to remain delta neutral and let the market determine max pain, or like where it wants to land on what side of max pain. This is something that's really not an option to them when the volume's high. But at low volume like this, it's very easy to manipulate the price with a smaller amount of capital. Are you looking at going long on spurt shares? I don't know. I have 10 contracts right now. I'm thinking if they print, I'm just going to sell them. I was thinking about buying some more this morning, but I didn't. I was busy with other stuff. Thoughts on CV? I didn't check CVV up, and I meant to. So let me take a look at that now, actually. So CVVWAP is picking up in volatility. More opportunities for arbitrage generally mean more volume. So we'll see how it plays out, but it's looking better. It was pretty flat there for a while, so. Super flat. If you guys could drop a like, it's a big help to the channel, especially early in the morning. I know it's a boring day. If Elon Musk could make a single market order, God, I hate this question. Will you need to? How much money will he need to push Jimmy to $450? A lot. It's also not going to happen. Is it time to start doing some gorilla DD? You spelled gorilla wrong, or right? I don't know. You could try it. I mean, I'm friends with like people from like trading groups that I was a part of in the past and stuff that work in finance. I have friends I went to college with that are in professional finance, and the general consensus from them is that they're just not doing shit until it runs, right? Like they all know about it. They know what's going on. They know it's super short. They think it's going to squeeze, but they're not going to buy in until it starts to run, right? Professional investors generally don't tie up their capital. Like why for them they would think why be invested in GameStop today when, you know, I could be making money on Home Depot or, you know, Tesla or Spurt or the Spy, right? And buy GameStop tomorrow. The problem with that, though, that they don't really realize is the illiquidity and the ability for the stock to gap up means that by the time they exit their other positions and attempt to get in on GME, they could have lost so much, and like the position's going to be much smaller, right? Because the price can rise so fast. Like they don't really understand the ability. They don't really understand the range of its volatility. Not a fan of MACD. DMI much better. Yeah, I mean different in a way. But DMI is good too. Like are you using it with ADX existential? You take a look at SoFi daily. Seems to be bouncing after a double bottom. Touch the 50 EMA, and I think it will test that. Oh man, fucking doing TA on Bruce's plays. I wouldn't say it's a double bottom, but I mean a weak one, and on the daily it shouldn't be. So, it's got some range, but it could definitely fail that test at like 1750. I know it's moving towards earnings, so there might be some expectations, but I'd be watching 1750, 18, 20, all for turnarounds. It's turned around at every one of those price points pretty hard, so yeah, I guess pay attention. It didn't do well on its last earnings. Jesus, no volume today. It's hard for me to even watch this. 60% gains on Home Depot. Grassy ass, good sir. Awesome, K-Sam. Glad to hear that, man. I'm out. I think it still has room, but I'm out. Already made what? More than I intended to, so. Thanks, Dan. I'm not going to read that on stream. Nice try, though. Triple bottom morning. Not really. It's kind of like a Head and Shoulders, but it's also not that. Awesome, Tamak. I'm glad you liked it. Never a boring day with you, Girk. Thanks. How's my DD coming along? It's not really, because the stock's not doing anything. Yeah, this volume is insufferable. Ten out of 10 video title. Thanks. I woke up for some reason with that song stuck in my head. And then I spent most of my morning drawing Pickles over the band members. FYI, WeBull get 2 free stacks with a $100 deposit. That's in your description. WeBull currently made it a $5 deposit instead of $100 for free stock. Just wanted to point it out. Oh, cool. I didn't know that. That would explain why they keep giving me Genworth Financial. I don't really care about like the WeBull referral thing. It's cool when it happens, but I still don't recommend that anybody hold like any significant part of their GME position in WeBull. Not an infinity pool fan, but post MOASS won't GME price be very high due to constant buy pressure from new rich apes who love the stock and reinvest? Sure. Or I mean, the problem is on the back end of a short squeeze is the sell pressure from people attempting to get out of the last bit of their position will drive the price way, way, way down before anybody buys in. Don't get me wrong, some people might buy in earlier than not, but you'll definitely have to see how that plays out. Thanks for that, Max. Three people have joined as Billionaires Cornichons over on the video set to premiere with Trade Spotting later. Oh. Well, that's cool. I don't know how to see that. But awesome. Is there an entity who regulates MMs to make sure they're properly hedging? There's a couple. Do they do their jobs, though? Eh. Are we still following the Moon Jam trend? No? What the fuck does the Moon Jam have to do with the stock? Dear Lord. Trade Spotting and Ape Andy have been my go-tos. I think I'm going to add you guys to that list. Thanks, Neeby. Nice having you in here, man. Sort of need people who don't understand the range of volatility to be the FOMO crowd to run it up at higher numbers. Yeah, that's true, right? If everybody was buying and holding, the FOMO would be very diminished. So it's not a bad thing that they're not in on the stock right now, right? Because they will get in. They'll get in later. They'll probably sell earlier. But for that range in the middle, they're definitely essential. Fun primate fact of the day. In the late 1800s, a baboon named Jack was employed as a railroad signalman in South Africa. He never once made a mistake and worked for the railroad for 9 years until his death from tuberculosis. He was paid 20 cents a day and half a bottle of beer each week. Dude, baboons freak me out, man. I don't like them. Thanks for sharing that. I appreciate it. It was a fun fact for the chat, though. Yeah, no problem, Long Dancing. 1,000 watching, only 644 likes. It's alright. There's not a lot going on to like. How long do you expect the peak plateau of MOASS to last? Probably at least a few days. Could be longer. The title is from Air Supply. Kirk not familiar with Moon Jam Treeline. God, people really fucking hang their coats on some dumb shit sometimes. The trees, bro. Do you even read it? I do every day. And every day I ask myself why. And then I remember I do it for you guys and not for the stupid shit that pops up on there. I'm working on getting caught up. Please keep making me money. I'm not making you any money, man. If you're making money, awesome, but it has nothing to do with me. Will stream with trade spotting be on Discord? No. I mean, you'll be able to hear my audio, but not his. I can't put my like desktop audio on the Discord for some reason. I have no idea how. I'm sure there's a way, but I don't know how to do it without like actually streaming to Discord. I can't stream to both. It'll just be a shit show. Some people can't tell the difference between memes and real DD. That's true. Yeah. Well, thanks for posting it twice, Zakir. Try black hole audio router. See, this is just, I might get into that. You can watch it live or watch the VOD when I post it later. It's not that retail bought all that they want or can. They're still buying. It's just that the effect of retail pressure is very minimal. Pennant or wedge from yesterday's high and low. I don't know if we have enough volume, but sure, it's a wedge. Descending. Like you're talking about this. Yeah, it's super sloppy and gross. There's probably a better one if you go further back. Like, to there. That would be a little higher up. That works. From when we actually had volume. No. Fucking WeBull. I mean, it entered the wedge from the downside, so that's bullish. We can see how it plays out, I guess. Why not? Ask trade spotting how much for a perm. Will you ever consider adding some background music? No, just listen to whatever you want to, Ryan. I'm not in charge of what music you listen to. You call up your billionaire New York socialites to help everyone out and make billions. No, billionaires don't have the same investment strategy as you guys. Could you look at Upstart? Fine. Why are you invested in it if you need me to look at it? That's my initial question, right? It's running. Still. It's looking to break that resistance at like 170. If it does, it's got some range. I don't like it. It doesn't have a lot of historical data. I don't know why there's a resistance line up there. I'd be watching like 170 for a breakout or a rejection. It's been rejected at this price point before, so it could happen again. Both of their earnings seem to have done well, so, or at least the run up into their earnings. Like, don't move into a position and then ask me what I think of it. It just shows that you have no confidence in the position whatsoever. Would you measure? Explain how a few cents difference changes everything? It's not a few cents. I mean, the current bid-ask spread's almost $1. And it increases pretty great. It's like $2 at like the 9th place in the order book. It's almost $3, right? So like the bid-ask spread, you have to look at it down like through the order book. Down here at like the 29th position, the bid-ask spread's $9. That's huge. That's a huge bid-ask spread. So like right here at the money, the spread's not that bad, right? But like the order book's only like 1,000 shares deep, right? And this isn't all the order book data. I'm sure it's a little deeper than that. But the bid-ask spread gets out of hand really, really fast. Like if somebody put in an order for 5,000 shares at market, we could jump to like 160 potentially. I mean, they'll short underneath that with the borrowed shares. They have automated orders that aren't on the book. Sometimes I draw lines on the chart where I want it to go and it does. And I feel like a TA god. Just remember that the wedge you're seeing here, guys, isn't the wedge that we drew out on like the 15-minute chart. Was it the 15-minute? Yeah. Or the 5-minute? It was a 15. Yeah, we drew it out on the 15. So this is what it looks like on the 15-minute chart. A YOLO'd into hood. Can you take a look at it? Is that triangle just to get people going? Mostly. When drawing lines, why do you ignore the wick? Because there's no volume trade. There's not a lot of volume traded on the wicks. I don't always ignore them. Sometimes they're all that's there, but I generally do. Triangles are provocative. It really does get people worked up. Is that it? Have I run out of questions? Guys, stop friend requesting me. I'll never become your friend on Discord. It's not that I don't want to be your friend on Discord. It's I'm not going to dox myself by friending you on Discord. I thought I put it in the announcements channel, but maybe I didn't. Triple bottom or double top? Who's to say? Right now we're on it's a triple bottom, right? Which is bullish. It's good. I don't love pickle picks. Can you look at Sats possible squeeze scenario? I saw it. I don't think so. It's like Wall Street bets like new buddy. And it's too late, right? Or it's just not happening. Yeah, you're way too late. It's over. You missed it. Did you respond to pigeon mail? No. I've been shilling for Gherk on WeBull comments. What a great new way to troll people. I don't want people involved in the WeBull comment section coming into the stream. Shananon, you stop that. I've read WeBull comments, and boy, do I want to have nothing to do with that. Was it early September? You said the summer low volume normally ends. Yeah, generally moving into like the first quadruple witching after summer. Is there a guideline to what time frame you use to draw trends? It depends on where I'm looking for the trend to occur. So if I'm looking for longer term trends, I'd look at like the 4 hour if I want to look at aftermarket action. GME moves a lot during aftermarket, so 4 hours is actually really good on it. Or I'll look at the 1 day if I want an even longer term trend. For intraday stuff, anywhere between 1 and 30 minutes, depending on volume traded. Yeah, Wall Street Bets is not about making money. Sometimes they make money. Usually they don't. And most of the time, by the time they post a position, they've already started making money on it and are just trying to get people to FOMO in so they can make more. Which is kind of the opposite of like what I do in the Dillionaires Discord, right? Where like there's no obvious play and then something happens, like Home Depot or AMD or Tesla or Spurt, right? Why is the SPY dry? Everything's dry this week. This is one of the lowest volume weeks of the year for the market. What GameStop news do you think will initiate big buy-in? I mean, literally anything forward leading. Why don't we just apply for the SEC and then hold them accountable ourselves? Yes, the old joining the system to beat it mentality. That always works out. Most of the Weeble comment section's just bots, right? They're like, come check out this stock or this crypto, or learn all about how to make $1,000 a day. Trading fluff coin. Thumbnail on point. Have a good one. Thanks, man. What about Mexican cement? What about it? Target for this week, puts might be under 150. What? I'm a bot. Awesome, Death Crow. Could we YOLO my entire net worth? We're talking 3 full figures. Where would you say to YOLO it? Poops the bed. That's entirely up to you. Maybe into new sheets. Have you heard the new Billie Eilish songs? No, nor do I want to. No, I don't think that the market has to crash for MOASS to occur. A correction would probably happen anyway, though. Ooh, percale. Oh, there we go. Thanks, Spy. Where's Spy going today? Well, it's got a bit of room. Huh. This needs to be up higher. There. It's better. Here goes my wedge. I mean, it's not supported by a lot of volume, right? So don't expect it to play out the way you want. AMC's running in the right direction. Mike Jones. It's moving exactly the way it should. So I actually need to shift the correction zones up because the SPY ran up this week instead of trading sideways. But going into Monday, I didn't need to move them, so now they need to go up. But I moved the top one up, which is all I really care about for now. Percale, very cool. Nice to sleep in, especially during the summer. I don't see GME getting any positive volume unless they announce something crazy. Everybody is already all in. It's possible. How do you determine the SPY correction zones? Based off, yeah, it's based off support and resistance levels. I remember you saying you used to day trade SPY before you started streaming first. Can you elaborate on that? Were you in and out daily, overnight for PDT rules? So I don't use margin accounts, so I don't have PDT violations. But yeah, I was usually in and out on the intraday. I didn't really like swing it. I know some people will swing the SPY or they'll play like calendar spreads, but I've never done that. I just day traded it. Do you think we'll see sub 1 million volume before MOASS? We're on track for sub 1 million volume today. Yeah, gag orders are pretty common during a hostile takeover to protect the investors that are already in. Are you considered a trader if you've never profited? Sure. What do you think of NCTY? Why not? You've caught me in a lucky mood. What the fuck is this? It's a SPAC. Video game development SPAC. I don't know. I guess it could test 20 again. It looks like it's on its way to test 20. Not super impressed after for today, at least, after I failed 18. Volume's low. Probably a scam. It's in his it's in the SEC filings, I'm pretty sure, for when he took over. When you're day trading, you find a stock about to run. Are you putting in limits right away upon entering the position? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not streaming during MOASS. My first three options were Sundial calls for 400%, Tesla puts for 800%, and GME calls for 2,500%. It was like heroin. I'm still chasing that high. I'm going to lose a lot of money, poops the bed. The only high you should be chasing is consistent gains. And that's more of like an enjoyable meal than it is heroin. Yeah, Feb 2022. I don't think it's, I think it's, isn't it January 2022? Or June? Might be June. Consistent gains is like snorting Tylenol. Yeah. It's good stuff, though. I just can't deal with that. That's driving me nuts. Ever since the pigeon whale hype video, I've had Berlin's Take My Breath Away stuck in my head. Today's stream title isn't helping. Talk to Peanuts. See, I'm not really into the hard anodized. I don't like non-stick pans very much. I prefer the anodized pans to like Teflon, but Coden was under the no statement thing until 2022 or until he was elected to the board. Shareholder meeting, he was allowed to talk about GameStop. He even posted a tweet and tagged it no filter. Not sure. Does it look highly unlikely it can happen without MOASS occurring somehow? Yeah, they can't get out of it without covering. They have lenders that they're obligated to. CSEC. How much can you trust 13F filings to be accurate? Not at all. What's the first pan I should buy after MOASS? Just a nice, like a nice carbon steel skillet. I'm a dad of 2 under 7s, so I don't have the time money to invest in stainless. Yeah, I wouldn't do stainless. I would just do carbon steel. They're a quarter of the price and way better on the non-stick side. Do you guys think this early week's price action do that guy who sold his house? No, we don't, multi-blues. Gotta cover their shorts. Yeah. The shorts have to cover. What's wrong with non-stick? Easier to clean? I mean, it's not, but it doesn't last as long. That's probably it. Heat retention's usually not as good because they're usually made from aluminum. Saute pans or skillets? I have both. And I use them for different things. I just did the interior. Like up to the edge, but I didn't need to season the outside of it. Could someone explain how AMC would be a short squeeze if the short interest only hovers around the 15 to 20% area? Oh, it's not. XDivS. It's not a short squeeze. It might run if everything else does. Yeah, if you get a scan pan though, they'll replace it every time the coating goes bad. Carbon steel is probably better than cast iron. For usability, at least. Cast iron has its place, but like for constant use, carbon steel is a lot easier to deal with. It's lighter. Easier to clean. You don't have to like smooth it. Like most carbon steel pans, you're gonna have to grind them, because they don't come smooth. They all come like with the stippled surface. Oh yeah, that makes sense. I was watching Matt Kors and he constantly says it's going to squeeze for some reason. Oh, to get more viewers onto his channel so he can show them how to lose money trading Tesla. What's my favorite meal containing pickles? I don't know. I'm not obsessed with people with pickles as people seem to think. No, I'm not obsessed with people either. I guess both statements are true. Reported SI is fraudulent. Jimmy's SI is nice and low too. The reported SI is not fraudulent on AMC Cornub. I refuse to believe it. It might be a little fraudulent, but even if the SI was 50%, there's still 500 million shares. How deserve nice pans have a conduction stovetop? Yeah, inflation's about as high as it was in '08. But the PE index way higher than it was in '08. Ceramic pans are a good alternative. Yeah. They also get torn up though. And good ones are very expensive. I'm sure that's the plan, Greg. I love how AMC is still relevant despite the clear evidence you pointed to with a huge float and blatant disadvantageous actions taken by Aaron and Co. Yeah, well, that's because people like Matt Kors are out there telling everyone it's the best. And people get sucked into the groupthink mentality on it. Like, even Cornub has a thesis on AMC, but it is not the same as that thesis. Yeah, you can get cheap carbon steel and stainless steel pans at restaurant supply stores, and they're basically just as good. Like, don't get me wrong, like some all-clad copper core pans are really nice to have, but you don't need them. Carbon steel, not as good for, like, searing a steak as a cast iron, because their heat retention isn't as good. But they're still pretty decent. They're great for fish. Yeah, I mean, AMC will probably run with GME. It just won't run as much or as hard. The percentage gains won't be nearly as high. So what's so special about 156.25? Nothing. We're just not trading any shares. You know, we're at 300,000 shares now at almost 11 o'clock. Yeah, I kind of agree, Walker, but he's in it. He has a plan. I would say it's better than 90% of the people that are holding AMC. As they think it's just like going to the moon. At least his expectations are tempered and realistic. One sec, guys. Yeah, we don't have enough volume to move away from market action. To be honest, ride or die isn't much of a plan. Aren't you already up? Hot take, AMC already squeezed. Yeah, I think so. Carbon steel pans, I don't really have an issue with sticking. If they're seasoned properly, I mean, especially like the better quality ones, you're not going to get any food stuck to them. Like I can make like Parmesan, like crisps in them, and those generally stick to everything, and it doesn't stick to them. Like if I try to do that in a cast iron, it'll stick, or even a lot of non-stick, like a anodized pan, it'll stick. Yeah, yeah. Don't put cold food in a cold pan. Wind volume. Not today, Nutsaculon. Not today. New here, enjoy your analysis, but how do you know so much about the various pans? Oh, I like cooking. Mike. Yeah, AMC could hit 100. Unlikely, but it could. Got 1,000 shares of AMC too. Sold all that at 60. Ramsey uses scan pans. Well, that's because he has a sponsorship. He does it in his restaurants, I'll tell you that much. I've worked in enough restaurants to say that pretty much all of them use stainless steel and carbon steel. I'm not a big fan of all clad pans. I think they're just overpriced. The biggest difference is that home ovens and stoves generally aren't very hot. And so you need pans that can retain heat better. Whereas in like a commercial kitchen, you just need something in between the food and the fire. Only French restaurants use copper pans. Nobody's using any silver pans, first of all. But copper pans are usually used for very specific things where like heat transfer is really important. So like sauces, um, candies, like making caramel. Some use silver lined copper saucepans. It's generally for like it's very specific use case though, right? That's like those pans are designed for extremely low heat and high heat transfer. At which point there's other ways to get that same effect without using a copper pan, which are insanely expensive. Like a copper sauce pot is like $500. I just got stung by a yellow jacket on my smoke break. This is some bullshit. That's why all my neighborhood lights are stripped of their copper wiring. That sounds like you just live in a shitty neighborhood, free corn dogs. I'll agree with you, Francis. Making your own mayo is a game changer. It definitely helps people realize that mayo isn't supposed to just taste like creamy white fat. The root options action that aligns with known ways of hiding short positions. Also, the vote count was 100%. We know the vote tally gets forced to that if above. Likely was above. Maybe. Jesus. No, it's not Tom Tom. That's generally like French, like pastry chefs. But yeah, you don't need it. This price action is bullshit, but it's probably because the SPY is dropping. Yeah, hard. SPY doesn't like inflation. Options activity practically non-existent today. Somehow I doubt that. It's low, but it's there. Lots of October 220 calls being bought. Some in the money puts for September. Some out of the money puts for January. Some near the money puts for this Friday. But also some calls. So we'll see. Yeah, so this wedge, no good. If answering a DM on your Discord was a financial instrument, would you tell me to buy calls or puts? Puts. Can you have Head and Shoulders back to back? Yeah, absolutely. Can they short GME on the S&P 500? Well, no, because it's not on the S&P 500. Anyone know what supercar is best for 6'4"? Like a Chevy Tahoe, probably. Now it's just broken. Awesome. This thread is pandemonium. Just about more. You're welcome for the incoming bounce. Yeah, AMGs are pretty roomy. Not really supercars, though. I guess I like the SL55s. Is that what you're talking about? Or the 63s? Aston Martin. I mean, British cars are pieces of shit. So, be prepared for that. Like, they have constant electrical and mechanical problems. .911 turbo. Yeah, actually, Porsche are really reliable. I want a Ferrari, I'll make it work. Said everybody who's ever bought a Ferrari. The the German ones are more reliable than the rest, but yeah, there's still issues. Try changing the air filter yourself on a 911. NSX? It's old, right? They make a new one? No, because the reason you care, Domajit, is because you don't want to have to deal with it. That's the best part about being rich, is not dealing with shit. Having a Italian sports car that breaks down every week means that you have to deal with shit. Well, if they made a new NSX, then that is probably the most reliable sports car, like supercar you could buy. Yeah, but you guys are talking about an insane amount of money to tell everybody in the world that you have a tiny penis. How did you know about that? Yeah, we're talking about expensive cars again. Okay, Vin Diesel, Taylor. Vin Daniel. I adjusted the indicator zone, yeah. Spectre Bravo. I haven't fixed the rest of the correction zones, though. I'll have to do that later. I don't think it's falling into it yet, though. It's got a ways to go. Yeah, bid-ask spread's in the double digits. Well, it's not. It's 8. At its widest, it's $8. How would our economy be if people quitting their jobs because of MOASS would have no workers? I think you're underestimating or overestimating the number of people that own GameStop. Believe me. During this low volume lull, can you take us back on the chart to some pre-streaming days action that caught your attention? I don't know how much attention I was paying back then. You see any catalysts coming up? No. I would say the next possible catalyst is earnings. But based on the last two, I didn't expect them to say anything all that interesting. Earnings should be exciting? Why? The last two earnings were horrible. Horrible, not exciting at all. They said nothing. Why would we expect this earnings to be any different? I mean, if it is, awesome, but this is pretty low volume. We've had similarly low days. How would you describe GME earnings in the last 2 quarters? Lackluster. So you don't recommend driving across the country for a 15-minute meeting? Absolutely not. We might see some impact from their e-commerce transformation. It's still not in full swing, right? So, like, while we might see better online sales than last quarter, which were better than the quarter before that, their primary business has not yet fully shifted to e-commerce, right? It'll really depend on if they make any forward-leading statements on what they intend to use their capital for, when they intend to deploy that capital. Now that inflation's starting to come in higher and higher, the clock's really ticking on them deploying that capital before inflation hits, or before it hits really hard. Was the trade spotting conversation happening at market close or later? Yeah, like right around market close. There's a separate stream for it. You mean to tell me my $422 online order is not the catalyst? It's not. Yeah, the only catalyst I know of is that the shorts have to cover their position. And until that happens, there's really no point in looking at anything else. Because that's what will cause MOASS. It's very unlikely that anything else would. We've had other good news. They just short it to apply, extra psychological pressure to the people holding the stock, right? Until the shorts cover, Dre Danger Dan. Listen to what I'm saying. Spy falling. Yep. I meant unlike yesterday? What? I don't even remember what you said. Apart from the price going up, how will we know that shorts are covering? The price going up, volume, and the price going up simultaneously. For anyone who wants to drink, I created a synthetic epic pen error over here. Spurt's just down on low volume today. It's not a big deal. Didn't both happen in January or not to the needed extent? Not to the needed extent. They prevented the margin calls in January on their positions. So the squeeze hasn't squoze. Once it gets to 10K, you can chill because the MOASS has started. Or can chill because the MOASS has started. Yeah. Wait, how close is the market to crashing? Very, very far. Well, thank you for telling me the current volume carbonated pickle juice. It's on the screen. Yeah, it's just a gamma ramp in January. Gamma ramp into them halting sale of the stock. Katy Perry announced a short position in GMA. Awesome. It depends on if the squeeze causes a recession. CNBC been talking about gaming and pimping other gaming companies all week. Bullish. Interesting. If there are multiple Prometheus Johnsons, are they known as Promethei? I don't know. I'm not a linguist. Oh. Spurt appears to be giving you another chance to get some cheap options, right? Don't worry, I'm thinking about it. There's a bit of like different data sources. So where's the money coming from to pay all the GME holders? Probably the DTCC. The NSCC, the clearinghouses, the short hedge funds. After that, the lenders, then the Fed. I don't think Spurt's going to exist in December, Greg. If you're looking that far out, you might as well just buy shares. Or don't. I don't care what you do. But they're merging before then, I believe. You guys are constantly talking about Spurt, but it's not like a short-term thing, right? Even the August 20th calls are 9 days out from expiry, right? Yeah, they don't have a lot of expiration dates. But I'm pretty sure the merger's in September. Like early September, before quad witching. Do you think the impact of MOASS will be greater if the short hedge funds when it happens than if they let it run? Yeah, it's going to be worse than if they let it run. But I think the point was that if they'd let it run in January, right, it would have also been devastating to them. So it doesn't really matter, right, when the effect is the same. What if it takes like 10 trillion to pay us all out? Then it does. I'm sure they'll pack those losses into loans and then sell the debt, right? Money will be made on the money loaned to pay off GME holders. The DTCC has like 50 something trillion in holdings. Members' holdings. Any cheap options out there that tickle your pickle? Spurt's not bad. Is quad wishing on Halloween? No. The next one's September 17th. Maybe multi-blues. I don't know. Is that a serious question, Aaron? Yeah, I still think MOASS will happen this year. It could go longer, but I think sooner is more likely than later. As much as I'd love to hold through next February and have deferred cap gains. There's an interesting DD a while back on geometric mean in terms of how much it would actually cost for a MOASS payout. Yeah, I don't think it's as high as people think. Everyone's like, oh, it's going to be the full 60 trillion and then more for every ape to get $10 million a share. But I think based on, market psychology and where people generally exit short squeezes, there'll be very few people selling for the maximum. I think like a peak of 20 million a share would actually average out to about 60K per share, probably. Do you think MOASS tax income will affect countries around the world? No, I'm sure they'll just spend it on bullshit. It's silly to compare traditional psychology of selling during a squeeze to this. I don't think so. Market psychology almost always holds true in that regard. I will say that the cult-like mentality is interesting. But I think even that falls apart when people start seeing those numbers in their accounts. Oh, I'm not saying 10 million is unlikely. I'm just saying it's unlikely that people will hold that long. You have to remember, there's people with like, and shares, right? Those people are not as incentivized to hold for as long. Like at $100,000, right? These people are billionaires. At $1 million, these people are billionaires. I think it's more likely that the people with these numbers of shares will hold the longest. And these are the majority of people. Oh, I'm going to hold all the way to the fucking top. .0003 share of GME. Yeah, if they're not, I mean, if you taper out your position, you're just going to make money on the volatility alone, right? So if you exit your position incrementally, like over that curve, right? Your average will be like here. That wasn't off by a factor of 10. A 1,000 times a million is a billion, Greg M. You're off, but yeah, you're off by a factor of 10. Greg, now do 0.0003. Poker DJ. Got it, sell one share a day after MOASS starts. Actually. No, it would have to reach like almost a trillion a share if you have 0.00003 of a share for you to become a billionaire. Greg for math expert. I thought about doing that. But I feel like I already know the answer is XX. But we could try it. The problem with this, though, is that, like, people are just going to lie. What, people lie on the internet? Yes. Floor's 10 trillion. Don't sell the poll data to Robinhood. Why would I? They can't buy me. No, it should be an anonymous poll. Absolutely, VWAP disciple. Someone's gonna post a new DD saying your viewers own the float or something after this. Well, if everyone answers honestly, we could figure out the lowest, the range of the float that we own. The problem is for if there's any people that have XXXXX 5X. I don't think anybody has 6X except DFE. Yeah, another bias of this poll is that we are all degenerates staring at the GME chart for 8 hours a day. Well, I can estimate 5x as being 10% of quad x, right? Without being too far off. 6s have better things to do, yeah. Don't you own 5x? Yeah. I don't have 5x shares, but in options. I'll leave it up for a little while. Hedgies know it's game over. No, it's just a bunch of people wanted to be triple X before they answered the question. What, Cam? This is exciting. Is the effect of shorting really that much smaller? Yes. The shorts on GameStop more inflated than the dollar bill. Yeah, 5x means 5 digits. Finally a poll that means something, sort of. Yeah, just sort of. It doesn't really mean anything. Back to my hood puts being almost green. All right, you can have them today. Moonwind, good luck to you, man. Options intended to be exercised should count for sure. They are ownership, so yeah. But if not if they're like weeklies, right? Or super far out of the money. They would have to be in the money long-term options to count them. Not necessarily a volume increase, but price, C-bound. Price would increase. It's like $14 now. Yeah, 10, 18. Jesus Christ. There's an $18 spread. What the fuck is wrong with this stock? 24 at one point. I don't know how people aren't jumping on this. Like, they must be so afraid to cause MOASS. What does an $18 spread mean? It means if we hit. There was a point, not currently, but there's a point where if someone bought like 20K shares, hold on. Goddamn Epic Pen. If someone just bought 20K shares at market, the price would jump from here to like 169. Options trading, currently option volatility and pricing, advanced trading strategy and techniques by Sheldon Nattenberg. I've heard of that book. I think that's probably fine. There's a lot of information on the internet about different option strategies that you can research. How do you determine the 20K? By the number of limit orders in the book. It's not accurate though, because they can sell under it, right? Like if they're holding, 190,000 shares ready to short, right? And we approach like 160, they can sell under 160 to keep the price from coming up. That's why they put up sell walls. I answered the survey wrong. What put? It's fine. Sell wall's above the bid. Bid's 155.61 right now. You won't buy 20 shares at market using your Activision AMD profits? You won't. You won't do it? What? 20,000 shares, you mean? I don't have enough money to buy 20,000 shares. It's like $3.1 million. Is this an AMC poll? No. Right. I'll let it run 12 more minutes. We've seen Ape to win the Powerball and go all in on GMA. If spread gets over 30, you think we could boof AMC? If you want to. No, not really. Seymour Thick Pickles. Win Pickles picks? I already did Pickles picks. Are you trying to get more? Not fooled? Pickles picks are basically done for the week. No, it's not a bull flag. Not enough volume. We've had one Pickles picks, yes, but what about second Pickles picks? There've been so many nice money opportunities. If a retail investor started MOASS, could they be held accountable for anything? Not really. Could they be blamed? Yes. There's always like the court of public opinion, right? Don't think he knows about second Pippin. Spread on a more complete L2 list, $6 on the 25th slot. Okay. That's still insane. Yeah, you could probably create a pretty significant gamma ramp with $10 million. Greg. Dan Wildo, awesome. 0.25% of a 60 million float up in here. Might be more than that. If you'd already reached your 10 million goal from trading, would you have played MOASS anyway? Probably. I'd probably have less of my portfolio wrapped up in it, as I probably would have been more risk adverse. What do you think about Spurt 750Cs on September 17th? That's probably a good buy. How much are they? They're out of the money right now. Yeah, it's pretty cheap. Not bad. How exactly did they stop it in January? Was it just Robinhood stopping buys alone? I mean, they shut down Apex almost entirely, right? Like Apex, there was no trading going through Apex for hours. I think the 750s are better than the 10s. Oh, Ko-Fi? Uh, thanks, Deku. Pickle Union President. Gherkin, the Pickle Union is wishing you well today. We would like to request, if you see fit, a pickle attacking pineapples and barbecue sauce, or whatever you want to draw. If you're so inclined, ideally, we would like to see definite at some point. The kids are hungry, I guess. Okay. I'll think about it. I can't. Oracle Dan. Yeah, that was the problem. Is Apex only really stopped clearing for a little while, but Robinhood locked it down for the whole day. And once they could relieve that retail buy pressure, then they could short and slow down the flow, right? So they essentially cut off FOMO. Win market boom boom. Probably around the same time GME go boom boom. Slagathor. That's my new DD. Win boom boom. Learned a lot from the HD play and made 30% gains. Thanks for breaking things down. Awesome, dude. Glad to hear that. What kind of hobbies you got? Well, sometimes I sit at a computer and draw pickles while a bunch of degenerate gamblers watch, waiting for the market to crash. That's a very accurate description of this channel. Gherk, can we discuss pies? What is the best pie? Steak and kidney with Guinness. Are you talking about sweet pies? Pecan. Pecan pie. Like pecan pie with bourbon glaze. Ugh. Some fresh vanilla bean ice cream. I feel like that's something almost everyone can get on board with. That sounds awful. Real key lime pie. Real key lime pie is amazing. Hard to find though. I've made it a couple times. It's a bitch. You have to zest all those key limes and they're tiny. I don't like pecan pie. You've just never had good pecan pie. Now, being allergic to it, that's another story. Quality lemon meringue. But you can do meringue on a key lime pie. Whew. It's good stuff. I don't like any pie, though. All right, well, no one cares then. Oh, it's pecan. French silk is dope. It's so rich, though. I make like a I make a steak and ale pie with like puff pastry that's insane. But you know. Post steak and ale pie recipe and next DD on Reddit. All right. So I'm going to close the poll, guys. I'll give you 1 minute if you haven't voted. You have till 12:02. I don't have a wife, Chris. Well, someone having a forte is pronounced fort. The accentuated E is only for the musical definition. Interesting. Five, four, three, two, one. All right, we're closing the poll. Also don't have a daughter. Here's what gets me. I'm not even sure all of you voted. How many people watching this channel don't own GameStop? Why no 5x option? It can be extrapolated. Do you have a son? No. You're not crazy. It's just your assumptions are incorrect. I'm just here for the whale teeth memes. Nice. No, it doesn't, Oracle. How, how many viewers own GameStop locations? Still incorrect, Dan Corleone. Nice try, though. I'd tell you if you were right. It's possible randomized. Sons of bitches better hold for 250k minimum. Now. I'm doing the math. Well, I'm not, but the quant team is on it. What's the reason for not posting positions? I never understood this. Morale. I think more importantly than anything else, morale. Also, to avoid accusations of collusion. Do the police in Costa Rica take bribes? Maybe. One way to find out. Is your quant Asian? They've won several math competitions. But my quant team does have Asians, so, you know, if that legitimizes it in your mind. Okay, we got the results. All right. So on the low end, we've got. Oh wait, can you guys extrapolate that for 5x? So it's just the mean. Okay. Spurt back below 7. I know. Oh, can you extrapolate for 5x holders? Just like a rough estimate, right? You could probably just do the difference between 3 and 4. Yeah, that works too, Cornub. $5x would have voted for 1,000. Well, $5x shouldn't have voted, but yeah, you could do a bell curve for $5x too, mass. I'm not doxing any quants. Low. Yeah. Ugh. 3x, but I missed the vote. Don't worry about it. No, it's fine, Yeti. It was just the one poll. You have to assume that the people who sit here and watch GameStop trade all fucking day probably have more shares than average, right? You did, Dr. K, but it's okay. Do you remember when the stress test day was? I wanted to check back on that and do some analysis. I don't entirely. It was like a few weeks ago, if that helps. I think it was 3 weeks ago. Okay, so we're assuming 2%. That makes sense. Yeah, that sounds about right. So in the chat, God damn it. So that's like the average here. But this is just a simple average, right? It's just the low and high divided by 2. Yeah, sure. Tell me. So if we'd had 4,000 votes, which is half the user base, or half the subscriber base, would have been at 592, 3.29, and an average. Wait. Oh, okay. 3.29 is the mid. $4,000. Can you do it for the full amount of subs for the channel? Also? 5.92. I guess 5.93 million and average 3.259. And then so we have 1.19, the high of 11.85, and the average of 6.52. This chapel owns 1% of the outstanding shares on average. So this is our own personal ownership pool for this community, at least, right? Obviously, only the first set of numbers is super accurate. Yeah, so if all 8K subs were voted, we would have like a average of $1 billion worth of GameStop ownership. We are the 1%. So yeah, all subbed Pickles theoretically could own about 11% of the float, I think. What's that based off regarding average ownership numbers? Yeah. Mm, a little higher than what I expected, I think. So the problem is the poll only allows me four questions, right? Well, the average ownership amount for just the chat is 711,000 shares for the people that voted on the poll. And then we extrapolated that out to half the user base and then the entire user base or sub base for the subscribers of the channel. Yeah, I don't think FINRA's numbers are correct at all. I don't think institutional ownership's that high. That's just multiple reported 13Fs, and they haven't been like collated. Try using the straw poll website if you need more options. I think we're fine with this. I just wanted an idea, right? My pizza had fried eggplant on it. I feel like you'd be all over this. That sounds pretty good, actually. I've had eggplant on pizza. It's not bad. I guess I could post it to Reddit, share it. No, because I want to spend the whole day trying to assess your guys' number of shares. Yeah, oh guys, make sure you message Hanbanan if you have any questions for the live stream with Jamie afterwards. What does? Cool. All right. Sorry I'm so far behind, guys. Get Jamie riled up. We'll see. See who gets more riled up. 711 of these. You're not weighting those averages. I had hella pineapple pizza last night. You should have seen the height of that thing. J Money, thank you for the donation, but I hate you. Can you handle Jamie's Scottish? I'll do my best. I didn't do it per person, JD. I just did the total. Go to Crayons. Trying to find out where to find the Jamie Girk stream. Oh, it should be listed on my channel. I have it scheduled. Here, I'll post the link. Yeah, it's after market close. Did someone recap the poll I missed? We just did an ownership poll. I'll post it in the announcements channel or on the Discord too. All right, guys. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some more coffee. For those of you listening in, we're trading at exactly 156. Nothing too exciting going on. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. What was I doing? You mentioned that orders might not fill quickly due to volatility during MOASS. Isn't this only a good thing for us as it forces diamond hands and the squeeze can't end if we can't sell? Yeah, it is. It is good. I didn't say it was a negative. It's a very odd little bar. Interesting. I wonder what channel the 300 people go and watch when I go to the bathroom. It's not jerky. It's a Trader Joe's peanut butter and jelly bar. It's not very good. Your bathroom live stream. It's not good. It's not good at all. No worries, mate. They take breaks too. Well, no, I know. I'm just curious, right? What happens when volume absolutely dries up? Literally nothing. Can't buy puts on Trader Joe's. It's privately owned. Can someone explain what Prometheus Johnson is? Well, the theory is that at some point, a green candle, I'll use the proper colors, a green candle will form, and it will be the first candle of MOASS. As per the scriptures of VWAP. And this is Prometheus Johnson. Clip it. What's up, Ducks and Pills? Awesome, man. Glad to have you here. Oh. Who owns Cascadia Farms? The scripture has been spoken. Usually from buying Caress My Pickle. The problem with screenshotting Prometheus, well, I guess if you screenshot every single green candle. Yeah, that's the brand. I don't know what you're talking about, Impulse Snore. Are dark pools still a problem? I don't know how much of a problem they actually are. At least for retail. I think there's two reasons that people focus on darky pools. One, they're not transparent. Two, they think retail's buying far more than they are. You guys missed out on my whale position. Dark pools are tangible for most people to get behind. Yeah. Like, it's a thing we know exists on the market, and it's unfair, and it's fun to complain about. But in reality, dark pools only really affect high-frequency traders and people that care about keeping the bid-ask spread real tight. People like Dave Lauer and other hedge funds care far more about misuse of dark pools than retail should. 40% of our volume goes through dark pools, though. So, but it comes out the other side. Dark pools aren't like, it doesn't just go in there and stay in there. right? Otherwise, we wouldn't know 40% went through. We'd benefit from volume coming to lit exchanges, but minimally, right? Yeah, we're not getting the best price, right? Like maybe we buy right now at like 156.46, right? And like this is what we pay. If we do a market order, obviously if you do a limit order, you're going to get filled at the price you asked for, right? And maybe the stock should really be trading about 154, you know. And so yeah, we're losing out on best possible price here. It's called slippage, right? But like it affects us so marginally, right? That even if we had all that money from the slippage in a big pool from every GME holder, and we just were able to dump that into the stock, back into the stock, like all those savings, it still wouldn't really make that big of a fucking difference. Moderately. Dark pools are still reported to the market, though. They're still reported to lit exchanges. It's just after the fact. People who don't like the abuse of dark pools are like high frequency traders that want to create momentum, right? So they'll buy like 10,000 shares at market to drive the price up, and then they'll sell here, right? And let everybody bag hold that momentum, right? So if that 10,000 order goes to a dark pool, right, then this price action doesn't happen. It just goes like that. Assume that everybody involved in the markets and talking about markets and trying to stop market manipulation has their own agenda, right? Nobody goes to all that trouble if it doesn't benefit them in some way. Now, whether that be selling a book or creating a trading platform for retail so you can front run their payment for order flow before other investors can or other trading companies can, or whether you're the SEC and you have hundreds of hedge funds chomping at the bit to get a share of the pie that Citadel has stolen. Yeah, locates need fixed. Locates are bullshit. The system for locates and how they work is complete fucking nonsense. Before you're allowed to short a stock, a share. Yeah, I see. Bid ask is insane. I mean, the $10,000 order is just like a joke, but the $17 there is pretty nuts. Thanks, Nutsaculon. What was I saying? Totally interrupted my thought with your super chat. No, I really don't talk stocks with anybody I know generally, unless they also do stocks. Susquehanna dumped 63.9% of their GME. Any thoughts? No. It's just in options, right? They've just reduced their reported figures, but they're still short GameStop. All the short hedge fund reports are just bullshit. There's no point in reading them because they're not going to expose their position to the market that way. Oh yeah, they need to fix locates because the way locates work right now is still sort of essentially you call up a place and you're like, "Hey, do you guys own GME?" And they're like, "Yeah." And they're like, "Okay, cool." And they hang up and they're like, "We got some GME." And that's it. What's F3? Why are you spamming F3? Oh, haha. Let's all hit the ask. I mean, we're just trading like a penny stock now. It's going up though, so. F3 is from House of Cards 3. I don't understand your computer people humor. Sorry for this, but my future brother-in-law works at a short hedge fund in Connecticut and pretty transparently told me he'd been taken to the woodshed during Feb via GME. Yeah, I think a lot of small funds, like a lot of small short hedge funds, got fucking wiped out back in January, February. But they only represented a very small amount of the short position on GameStop. I think Melvin, Susquehanna, Point72, and Citadel are still very much locked into their positions. What do you mean when we were trading like a penny stock? Anything more than just not liquid? I mean, not liquid, super low volume, volatile price action. Bind stock delete key. Someone gives up, was sued by the SEC for just giving up on finding shares by hitting F3. Oh. The aggregate of routing retail buys day after day through dark pools hitting mid leads to us trading far lower than if we were not routed. Not far lower. I think you're because those orders still get reported to the market, right? Far lower per 15-minute interval. Yeah, the gamma ramp's still being built. I think right now it's right around 160-ish. Yeah. 160, 160, 250 has decent open interest. Oh, because they can front run the orders. Because a market maker's job, sort of, is to reduce volatility, right? Now, don't get me wrong, they don't do this at all, but that's their purpose. And they do that through providing liquidity. order routing. And that way, instead of stocks trading like that, you have stocks that kind of trade like this. Yeah, absolutely, multi-blues. Just DM them to me. Does the ramp mean a test of 180 is unlikely because it would start the call execution avalanche? No. The point of the ramp is that at some point, short hedge funds have to buy into it. So it's always waiting there. Omnipresent, right? It's just always sitting there waiting to trap them. So if they can't keep the price below, right? If they you know, whatever you want to use, run out of ammo, you know, run out of liquidity, whatever causes the price to go up into that ramp. Like, the long funds don't care, right? Because this is very cheap. Very cheap to create. And the upside is huge. Whereas trying to drive the price of the stock up with your own money, very expensive. No trading halt, just low volume. Yeah, the forward-looking TA is still holding for a test of 180. The only thing I worry about is the volume can be too low for it to happen. Well, I haven't. 6'3", Lieutenant Dan Powell. Number 2 sacrifice, only up. The cost to borrow is super short, though. The cost to borrow is very cheap, but you still have to provide the cash collateral. So, like, the fee is basically non-existent, but the collateral still has to be provided. Yeah, absolutely, Glider. Thank you so much for the donation, man. I think you and Jamie from Trade Spotting have different ideas on the low volume. It should be a discussion point. I'm sure it will be. How often do they have to pay interest on the borrowed shares? It depends on their share lender agreement or their borrower agreement, which are individual, especially at those levels where you're dealing with like massive funds. Clip it. What's the point, man? I've explained it like 500 times and no one seems to understand the gamma ramp still. Carl, Prisby to view up. Thank you so much, man. Are you having interview with anyone this week? Yeah, trade spotting today, actually, after hours. In the past, you said we don't need a catalyst for MOASS. Do you still believe that? Yeah. I think the catalyst is built in to the short position. So I don't like, yeah, I'm long GME. I think it's a great company, but I don't expect the catalyst to come from there. I'm seeing a 1-to-2 ratio for buy-sell pressure on the stock movement from those liquidity tests. Does that seem right to you? That seems about right, yeah. I think it was more than 1-to-2, though. I think it was like 1-to-3 or 1-to-4 on those liquidity tests, Bob Smith. Or it was 1-to-3, I think. It was like 60,000 shares to bring it up, 120 to bring it back down. Clip you saying you've said it 500 times. Pretty sure the gamma ramp options chain explained in one of the Salty Rants videos, the one titled Preponderance of Evidence. Oh, okay. Yeah. I would imagine because they're not positioned yet to do it, Graham. It takes time to get all the ducks in order. Ask Matt Kors. It's very hard to order ducks. Oh, Jamie, but bruh, I hope the feuding ends no matter whose fault. What feuding? I don't know what you're talking about, existential. Stock is... The stock still technically isn't trading on fundamentals. Retail still holds it up on speculation. GameStop needs to bring out some new news. I agree. I think it's high time that GameStop starts making some forward-leading statements and, you know, bringing actual, you know, value to the sentiment. But I understand if they're not, right? Like, it makes sense. Does Pickle Man even do anything with these clips? Not really. I just clip them and save them, and then I basically, they just sit there. I'm not good at video editing. I've been over this. Why does knock look the way it does? It's one of the most frequently traded, like, it's one of the most high frequency traded stocks and algorithmically traded stocks on the market. So that's why it looks like that. So super volatile, but in a very low range. The feud between me and Crayons? There's no feud. Oh, that was weird. Why was the chart stuck? See, that's the kind of shit that happens because of dark pools. Thanks, mass spectrometer. Maybe the stream can help the Hatfields and McCoys make amends. I still don't know what you guys are talking about. What do you think of January 2023 950C as a MOASS play? Probably your best odds of playing a super far out of the money fucking call for no reason. There's no me versus Crayons. That's not a thing. Unless he's making it a thing. I'm not. I just don't read his DD. What's your... I thought it was Gherkin versus Pi-Fi. No volume, Minnesota. I don't know if I'm a Reddit celebrity. How about Crayon v. Crayon? He resigned his hypothesis based on data. It's called science. Good. Girk versus Core's debate. Loser can't stream anymore. I've never had any Twitter anything with Red Chess Queen. Fucking calls from Oklahoma. Ugh. Why are people trying to spread malfeasance? That, my boy, is slander. Girk versus Roaring Kitty in a high stakes Uno match. That'd be amazing. I'd pay to watch that. Even if I was involved, I'd still pay. What are the stakes? I think we should play for 100 shares of GameStop. Trade spotting's not pushback. It's today. As far as I know. Yeah. Yeah, we're all set for 4 o'clock today. IBKR back up to 200K like 30 minutes ago. Care to comment on speculation that you are actually Crayon undercover and trying to get feedback on your DD? I am not Crayon. His DD has nothing to do with the one I'm working on. Did you draw a pickle frog? I think I did that one time. You know, DFB has been in here from the beginning. That's cool. Is he a Dan? The loser has to buy AMC? Like the whole company? Would you call this a bull flag? A bull calf flag? It's just a run up. What's the volume on those tiny red candles? 600, 0, 300, 0. They're trying to cover without jumping the bid-ask spread again, which is always fun to watch. Zakura's DFV, I've known it all along. You guys are so weird, man. View it on the 1-tick scale. No, one chick doesn't move either. Yeah, that ticker might be frozen again. I like that we're going up. Do you wash, rinse your chicken before cooking it? I usually brine it. Makes it more tender. I've already done a hot tub pickle, or like a bathtub pickle. Initiate MOASS. If you were a spy shilling for some secret underground alien society for aims to hold and change the world, would you tell us? No. So pickled chicken? Sorta. He is turning it up to 11. You always want to wash your uncooked meat with soap and then rinse well. Do resistances and supports really matter anymore if they just short it anytime we go up? Yeah, of course they do. You think they're coordinating right now? They could be, right? But ultimately, it will be every short hedge fund for themselves. The only thing really tying them together is that they're all equally fucked. Which, you know, can create an alliance of sorts. I missed the Wendy's dumpster mural. Pure art. That was a pretty good one. What's your favorite part about pre-MOASS experience? Becoming a YouTuber? Gaining a cult following? Making hedgies sweat? Or bashing air fryers? Probably making hedgies sweat and bashing air fryers. Lentil burrito. Thank you so much, man. After paying bills, buying Jimmy, I had some left over. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate the donation, dude. RRP is 1 trillion, 70 participants. Nice. It's really just only up 2 billion from yesterday, though, right? Look, guys, the world hasn't ended. RRP has hit 1 trillion and nothing happened. How many boyfriends do you have? 0. What's my favorite thing about being a cult leader? It's tough. It's not the money or the power. Or the YouTubing. It's definitely not the respect. Why does an RRP matter? Why does it? Has anybody made a case for why RRP matters? I do like the being right. Being right's pretty awesome. The attention does feed my ego, but my ego was already huge before. I mean, you could go back and watch the first stream, so there was no one watching me, and my ego really isn't bigger now. It's about the same. Uno reverse card. Closest I saw was the conflation of the high numbers to the instability. I mean, but RRP creates stability, right? So, like, if you're afraid of interest going up, like interest rates going up, then you would want RRP to grow to keep interest rates down and keep the economy chugging along, right? I watched silently at the beginning. Pie-Fi didn't smack his lips while eating bagels, so I kept watching. Look at you now, Sofa King Silverback. CNBC attacking Gary, calling him a conspiracy theorist on Twitter after he reposted his 2-minute interview. Interesting. Maybe who the fuck do they think they are? Here, who the fuck does CNBC think they are that they can silence the head of the SEC? Right? Like, how distorted their perception of themselves in the financial world must be. Stop making sense. I'm sorry. J-Pow go burr. 1 trillion a day is no big deal. Like Greenspan said, infinite ability to provide liquidity. That's right. And if that ability ever runs out, well, we've invested infinite money into our armed forces, right? No, because I'll get, like, my channel taken down. You can go watch the clip, Dan K. Matt Corus keeps falling for that one. That's why his channel keeps getting removed. Significant market plumbing issues occurring once RRP reaches 1.3. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's problems there, right? Like, way too much liquidity in the markets. And we just passed a $1 trillion infrastructure bill that's going to pump even fucking more liquidity into the markets. We're kind of like at a point right now where we just don't give a fuck, right? Like, the Fed is just going to keep making money until all the problems fix themselves. Like, the market's not crashing, right? The, bonds are stabilizing with some inflation priced in, but stabilizing. The banks are holding their ground. And the Fed is printing money like nobody's fucking business. Gary Gensler said that on CNBC to test them to see who they were working for. It's not like he doesn't know who they're owned by, right? Like, the SEC has investigators, He doesn't need to, slip a comment in to see who their boss is. Love your channel, brother. Can you speak to the macro here a bit? It seems to be an infinite circle jerk to pump the market and avoid a market implosion. What's going to be the straw here? It's hard to say, man. Maybe it doesn't break, right? Maybe they can act. Maybe they actually, in all their arrogance, think that they can just float the fucking market forever. And they might. The scariest part about that is they might not be wrong. Right? Maybe they really can just fucking prop it up until everything's better. It's definitely a different approach, right? Who needs a self-correcting economy when you can just correct it? Bull market forever, right? Everything only goes up. That's a ridiculous sentiment, NK. They all work for the same people. First of all, for all of you guys in here, I know some of you are new. Just know this, that whether you root for Republicans or you root for Democrats, they all work for the same guys. So it doesn't fucking matter. What they tell you on their little platforms is bullshit. It's what they actually do, right? When they go back and, you know, sit around and circle jerk each other all day and all invest in the same companies, even though they're supposed to be on different sides of the fence. Their whole goal is to keep you quiet, right? While they fucking make money. And what better way to keep you quiet than create an enemy for you? Because you're going to go take all your anger and your resentment and you're going to go take it out on that other party, right? Because it's all their fault, but it's really not. It's just rich versus poor. And since there's so many more of us, it takes a lot of effort to shut us the fuck up. Smoother, thank you, man. They are not all on the same team. You're a fool. Why don't you tell us how you really feel? Does that mean GME might not moon? No, that has nothing to do with GME. I'm not a libertarian either. I don't ascribe to any basket of silly people. You and trade spotting should get along just fine. Fiver President 2024. Thanks, Idaho Beef. Politics is the reason Colts are so hot right now. Thanks, Maverick. But I would have to run first. I don't think I would ever do that. Thanks, Carl. It probably wouldn't be good. Start working as a game. Millennials have more experience. Yeah, I would absolutely hate being president. With Dan's running your campaign, how could you lose? I voted for Gary Coleman for governor. Optimus Johnson. Would you dance on my last stream? Probably not. Is the trade spotting stream for subs only? No, it's for everyone. It's open to the public. If Harambe wasn't robbed of the 2016 election, we'd be in a better place. You just look at the mid windmill. If you're just trying to get an idea of IV movement. Or, look at the IV opposite your position. So. Jesus Christ, we're still under 700k volume. Thanks, Grizzled. Yeah, that's the link for the trade spotting stream. It's probably going to be a little later than 4 o'clock because I'm going to have to get everything set up. But I'd be in there. It'll start probably shortly after. What's the weirdest thing you've pickled? Honestly, man, I've never pickled anything in my life. That's not true. I've made some like Japanese like pickled cucumbers with like hot chili and rice wine vinegar, but and some mirin. But like that takes like 2 minutes, right? You just put sliced cucumbers in a bowl. I wouldn't really call it pickling. Can you use an Irish accent just for fun? No, I'm not very good at it. Can you break the ice of trade spotting by opening the discussion with a passage from the Gospel of Dan? If you guys start with your Dan shit again, I'm gonna ignore it. For the 9th time, can you move the chart? Or where do you want me to move it, Nutsaculon? What are you trying to see? You want it over here? Make it go up. No, put it back. Thoughts on really old crystallized fish sauce? Maybe don't. Don't do that. I mean, the crystals are just the salt, but yeah, don't do that. How much would it cost for you to do an entire trading day with a viewer voted accent? Oh, I don't know if I could. Roll August SPXS calls to September this week, or wait until later next week. I don't know. I'm not really rolling them. I guess you could. The sooner the better, if the market's not coming down. Wind Guybrush Pickle. Can we keep the Dans out of the trade spotting conversation? I want our pickle cult to be respected and taken seriously. That's not gonna happen. Hundreds of millions to billions, Greg M. Do whatever you want, Farberum. I don't know if I can avoid bringing up whale teeth. What if he brings up whale teeth? Can someone tell me what the trade spotting stream is about? Yeah, it's just people that are popular on YouTube for GameStop getting together and shooting the shit. Essentially. Two PM prediction. 159.10. I don't know if trade spotting's on AMC or not. You have to understand, I don't know anything about these people. Like you guys essentially brought Houston onto the show. I didn't have a lot to do with that, right? And I'd seen his interview from like way back when that was on Reddit, but I didn't really know anything about him. I have seen all of 20 seconds or so of trade spotting's stream, So I really don't know who any of these people are. I have a better idea of like Cores and Mo Money in them because like before I started streaming, I had watched some of them at some point, determined that I didn't like them, and then moved on with my life. Dreams in shambles. I'm sorry, Skoda. It's okay. One day those 5 shares of Nokia will be worth $6.50. Can you show me how to buy puts on AMC? What's it at? It's still holding 30 though. I gotta give it to them, you know? They're really convinced by the narrative. Trade spotting does fast scotch. Yeah, I know he's big on fib. We kind of discussed it. I haven't done fib in years, but I have enough. Like I know enough that I could probably like follow along. Is Warden your favorite GME streamer? No. Warden's not a GME streamer anymore. Didn't he like delete his YouTube channel? So funny how we're going up on less than 700k daily volume. I mean, we're still down for the day. Was Warden your favorite GME streamer? I watched him for a little while, yeah. At least he like I'll give him this. He stuck to like the facts, right? He didn't get all caught up in all the bullshit and nonsense. He's just like, yeah, this is what I think the stock is going to do, which is fine, right? Um, it went down, you know, a slippery slope after a certain point, which is too bad, you know. I don't really hold a lot against him. His existence definitely hasn't made my life easier, but trade spotting has a lot going on in his charts. Yeah, it's kind of the opposite of the way I trade, but that's fine. I understand oscillators. It'll be okay. I don't know how much like TA we're gonna actually talk about, right? Harpies has the meats. What's TMI? Taint mass index. Listen, I love Iron Brew. All right. That's some good shit. Don't you knock it. It's arguably the best, one of the best sodas. The Masked Investor. Oh, Jesus. I don't even want to know. I don't care. 3 Mile Island. Yeah, people are on AMC because it's cheap. That's the only reason. How Iron Brew compare to Red Bull's taste? Sometimes I can't tell them apart. Really? Let me check the options. What the fuck is going on right now? What's going on? Who's fighting? Vimto? I don't think I've ever had that. I've had Iron Brew a few times because they sell it like right around the corner for me at this one place. Like this little market that has like British and Scottish foods. That's where I get my wine gums and my lion bars. I told him AMC was for poors. This is the way. Who's fighting? Dan K. Oh, he's a dick. Just ignore him. I didn't see the Ko-Fi. Have a pickle on me, dude. I drive all day, so I don't have much time to comment, but I listen daily. It's appreciated. Thanks, Bradistonk. Thank you so much for that, man. Are you a shill for Iron Brew? No. Have you ever had jelly babies? I don't think so. Low volume. You're a shill for GME? Could be. What do you vape? It's just like fruit something. Makes me feel like an expat even though I live in England. A surprising chunk of you are in England. Or Great Britain. Or the UK. UK. Opinions on BlackRock buying all the houses and we can't own a home. I mean, that's what they did after 2008 too. 17 filled at 158. Awesome, dude. I've had you've ever vape? No, just Nick. Kirk, is Eric Andre your brother? No. Although I think he's from New York also. Lowest volume to date. Less per minute of the day. Jimmy's trade continues. We will have a new low. Oh, okay, cool. Knows what's coming because they are in the government. They're on the in. I mean, they have almost as much money as the government. Are you wearing pants? Yes. Where's the queen of the dance? That's the second time someone's asked you if you're wearing pants today. I mean, I guess I don't have to. I'm not wearing shoes, but I have like little flip-flop things on. Myrna down 18%. Huh. Show us your feet. What kind of pants are you wearing? Oh, they're not very cool. They're like Eddie Bauer hiking pants. I like them because they're very light and the material is breezy. They're not khakis. You wearing shorts, bruh? Nah. They're not expensive. I think they were like $40. I wish I had Jenkos. If I had Jenkos, I'd be wearing them right now. I've never taken my hiking pants hiking. You're definitely a dad. I am not. I was intrigued by their lifetime warranty, Dan Idaho. Danho. Oh man, that's too many Dans in your name. Just one. You're wearing capris? Don't lie to me. Never. No, I would never drive a Ford. My pants are pretty noisy. Put on some Jinkos and become a juggalo? No. No, no, no. Well, that's why I bought them, is because I used to have to work in the desert, like out in Palm Springs all the time. And it was always like 119 degrees. And I wasn't going to wear shorts. I've never been a juggalo or listened to ICP. I knew a juggalo once, or juggalette. What's going on with OISX and Dan K? I'm not from California, but I lived there for a really long time. I didn't have relations with the Juggalette. Ugh. Yes. She was my friend's girlfriend. You just sound Californian. I know, it wore off on me, I guess. Although maybe I've always sounded like this. Is this starting smack? Alright. Good to know, David Herrera. Am I too old to know what a juggalo is? Or too young? I agree. Alright, no juggalo talk. I don't want to talk about it. I felt like my coworkers were listening to me this morning, so I went to Matt Core's channel and told his chat that he didn't know what he was talking about. They definitely listened. But did they learn? I'm not really sure yet, Electric Lettuce. It's not like we have a script, you know? I know if you have any questions that you want asked, submit them to HandBanan over on the Discord. Sir, they're firing Dans at the stock again. I might bird teeth. Birds don't have, well, some birds have teeth. Yeah, no plans really. Love the air supply theme. Thanks, man. I don't even know why. I haven't heard that song in years. And I just woke up with it stuck in my head. Like I woke up and I was making coffee and I was singing it to myself. No, I don't believe in the conspiracy theory that all birds are drones, but I do love the subreddit Birds with Arms. I've had Kiss from a Rose in my head for the last few days. You're welcome. And you thought it would be funny to make it stick in our heads? Yeah. Snakes with hats, too. I haven't seen snakes with hats. I don't know, like an hour or so. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Have you seen the subreddit Divorced Birds? No. We're gonna end the day under 800,000 volume? It sure as shit looks that way. Matt Kors has the same number of viewers as me? That's insane. How? I'm about the whale teeth sub. Someone needs to send me an invite for that. Yeah, I'm not pulling up snakes with hats. That sounds very risque. Because I feel like it's not snakes. My husband already resents you for having the bulk of my attention Monday through Saturday, but knowing you are a Val Kilmer Batman fan was the hair that broke the camel's back. Sounds like you need a new husband, Hills 99. Is this the same guy that told you not to invest all your money in GME? Or was that C. Santos, his husband? Yes. Transfer from Wealth Simple to TD Ameritrade for 30 shares. I heard about it, Baumer. Air Supply will be playing in Long Island in September. Checked. It is actually snakes. Oh, okay. Someone with singing talent needs to create a whale teeth version of the seal song. Actually, the idea of snakes with hats just makes me fall off the toilet laughing. See, I feel like there's... Check out our cos penis. See, that's classy. Yeah, I don't support anybody sending anybody dick pics, but if you're gonna do it, dress them up. George Clooney's Batman nipples are some of the most jacked tits I've ever seen. Check your Discord. You didn't DM me. Stop shilling your NFT collection, damn K. I feel like you've brought up Vive like 4 times. We get it. You like collecting things. Dress them up like in paint. Hey, I respect it, all right? I respect the effort. It's an ongoing thing. He's just here to chill. Is it bad that I'm putting all of my COVID child stimulus money into GME? Probably. But no one ever accused us of being responsible. That's what to share 1000 RE23 remake this afternoon. GTG laters. Okay. What happened with the Wealth Simple TD transfer? Apparently, like, the transfer paperwork showed that his shares transferred at like $3,000 a share or something. Yeah, I don't think the child tax credit has anything to do with COVID. It's just the child tax credit. It's always been there. This gherkin guy on Reddit keeps screenshotting your stream and posting it on Reddit. I know, Carl. I've had a conversation or two with him, but he won't stop. We might. Sub 1 million volume die. Who knows? I want to take a little bit out of our kids' fund to buy GME, and husband says no. Might do it anyway, because kids are expensive. It's fair. Kids are fucking expensive. That's why you shouldn't have them. Fuck, I'm having a kid in December. Maybe tomorrow, could we please have a say anything stereo pickle? I'll think about it, Jennifer. I have 2 kids and badly need Jimmy to MOASS so I can be less poor. Yeah. I wish Danny DeVito would play the next Batman. Me too. I think the thing you mean to say is that either GME MOASSes or my kids don't go to college. They're doing the not hitting the ask thing again. I know. They'll hit it eventually. Maybe I should refresh. There. Is that better? Sorry, guys. WeBull was displaying the corruption in the markets. I fixed it. I didn't see the new Suicide Squad. I'm not a big fan of DC anything. Kids equal ultimate baller move. Kind of, right? Especially if you like, if you can pay for all their shit and educate them well. Because it's like, you can just look at society and be like, look what I made. Fuck you. Puts on American Airlines. Spirit canceled my flight back from the Caribbean in a week and a half. Sounds like you need to work on getting citizenship, big billionaire. Yeah, Watchmen was good, but I haven't liked any of the filmed iterations of it. Probably because like the initial story would be very controversial, right? So no one wants to produce it. League of Extraordinary Gentlemen with Sean Connery. It's kind of true. Nobody. Sean Connery really does make everything great. I was kind of sad when he died. Even though he was, you know, a sexist, awful human being, I really liked him. He was absolutely the best Bond. Yeah, mine hasn't done anything since 5 minutes ago either. Just no trades. Is this pre-market? No. And how good was The Rock? I think he might have, yeah. I will say Daniel Craig is probably the most like the Bond in the books. Nope, no one's trading the stock. That's all that's happening here, guys. For the last, 7 minutes. 6 minutes. 7 minutes. Interesting. What's a book? Yeah. I mean, like, Bond, as he was represented in the books, was kind of like a psychopath, like a trained governmental killer, right? Government assassin. Is your trade spotting video at market close? Yeah, it's a separate stream. Idris Elba would probably be a great Bond. He's a really good actor. Eric Andre for the next Bond movie. Yeah, we just hit 700K volume, guys. Put the implication. Secure deleted the bot. Thank you, Secure. God, you know it's a shitty day when Spurt's trading more than GameStop. Home Depot is just looking great. I'm glad a bunch of people made money over there. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm not doing that silver reserve. NYSE will require COVID vaccines for access to the trading floor as of September 13th. Makes sense. I think that's just in line with New York City's law or codes, like building codes. Maybe I missed you talking about this earlier, but I see 46 senators say they will vote against raising the debt ceiling. It's irrelevant. They'll raise it. They always raise it. They always say they're not gonna and try to like put it on a pedestal so they can argue whatever bullshit, and then they raise it anyway. I've more than doubled my money playing options. Started with $5. Now I have $11.75. Awesome, Zakir. Could we not refer to Super Stonk as SS, please? I don't think I'd make a good Bond. Soups and Stonks. You would make a good Bond girl. I don't know if I'm sassy enough. BlackRock 13F out. Cool. Do they still own a bunch of GameStop? Pickles galore. What's the last color you chose for toenail paint? I've never painted my toenails. I'll paint your toenails. Thanks, BG. I appreciate that. I'll be sure that when I need my toenails painted to let you know. I really want a coffee now, too. God, this is dull. Ah. Wait, what? BlackRock average share price 214.14, 21.97% position decrease. Oh, okay. Hmm. Yeah, probably. I'm gonna look into it though. Hmm. I'm trying to find. Boofus Maximus, thank you, dude, so much for becoming a member, man. I appreciate the membership. Hit me up on the Discord. For all of you guys that have become members today, make sure you hit me up on the Discord so I can add you to the Dillionaires Country Club.
Hey dude, welcome to the Dillionaires. We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo Money sucks.
That beat is catchy. I'm not like seeing a report for BlackRock. Oh, here we go. It looks like they showed a shitload of costs. Or bought a shitload? Hold on. Why is this not? Okay. So it looks like they reduced their position by 21%. Yeah, it's probably just the Russell 1000 rebalance. And the S&P 400, because State Street also reduced their position a little bit. Vanguard increased their position, interestingly. BlackRock dumped 90% of their SPY holdings. They said that they were gonna, right? They said that they were gonna reduce their exposure to the U.S. markets. Vanguard increases 331. Oh, okay. Anyone holding near the money calls for October? I have in the money calls in October. Big Dilly. Does Vanguard hold more of the mid cap and other ETFs Jamie is in? No, BlackRock has more ETFs that contain GME, I think, than anybody. How is BlackRock reducing exposure to the U.S. markets by buying up entire neighborhoods? By buying up entire neighborhoods. I'm doing good, Sticky Pickle. Welcome back. I'm gonna need more coffee to get through this bullshit volume. How is BlackRock supposed to become our feudal lords if they don't buy up all the land? Come on, people. The Lady VWAP is a deity, Pineapple Danza. Don't be confused. How are they going to buy up all the land? That's a lot of money. They have a lot of money. Maybe they're just buying up all the land in advance of MOASS so that we can't. Twist, you run BlackRock? No. That's silly. How liquid does Jimmy need to get before Kenny Boy gets a call? We all have to live together in the BlackRock dorms post MOASS. I think the short hedge funds are being margin called over and over again this week. There is no action. What do you? How are they getting margin called over and over again? If BlackRock takes a large stake in Lamborghini, they're just running around buying up all the property, used cars, and GPUs. They know what they're doing. Some short hedge funds have hundreds of billions of dollars. Not many hedge funds have hundreds of billions of dollars, though. Double bottoms bullish. Yeah, I do the maths. But you did them wrong. What makes you think that low volume is the end? Does it look to you like Activision is gap up territory? Why the fuck are you people still trading that stock? What goes on in the Dillionaire Discord when I'm not there? Yeah, it could jump back up to 90. Maybe. Or just real slow. There's not really a gap down to fill. It just tanked. Like it got sold off. It didn't gap down. I bought some calls after the bad news. I've seen 2 hats so far. How many do you have? At least 3 that I've worn on stream. Well, 4. But 2 are the same. Where do you get your thumbnails from? I make them. A gap down, gap ups and gap downs usually happen in pre-market. A sell-off is like over a long period of time the stock was sold. A gap down is very fast. It's not even Photoshop. It's 3D, Microsoft 3D Paint. I make them all in there. Do you not have a thumbnail guy? I don't. I mean, I've gotten a couple thumbnails from guys. You look at SPCE and tell me what you think. That the company has no direction or future. What are they betting on? Like, what's the value in the company, Maverick? Putting rich people in space occasionally? Not even in space? In the upper mesosphere? That is because AMC is terrible. Oh, so slow. I have an idea for you. NFT your thumbnails, big money. I'll think about it, Wilkes. Yeah, I'm gonna go make some more coffee. I'll be right back, guys. For those of you listening in, 157.27. Volume at 735,000. Okay, I'm back. We trade any shares while I was gone? Not really. Ew, why would anybody ever eat vegan cheese? See you, Richie. It's not a Lara bar. It's a croissant. Oh, is somebody going to employ Pineapple Danza? Hold on, I have to go make a call. I can understand if someone has allergies to dairy. Hmm. Yeah, I wasn't going to put in a good word for him. I was going to call whoever his future employer is going to be and be like, you know, this guy puts fucking pineapple on his pizza, right? And he's a Dan. I just can't imagine a life without cheese. Hired immediately. If we found out Pineapple Danza got hired by GameStop, would that change your investment thesis? No. If I invested in GameStop based on the employees of GameStop that I've met, I wouldn't have invested in GameStop, right? Not a cheese Danish. Croissant. You know this guy's all lubed up and full of shrooms, right? I'm allergic to eggplant. That's weird. Pull for end of day volume. Seriously. Calls on dairy-free mukbangs? No. Chocolate or eggs and bacon? I mean, the French would tell you chocolate because it's supposed to be sweet. You should never put anything like ham or cheese with a croissant. Unless it's like a sweet cheese. Maybe. Same people. Yeah, pretty much Dan Cam. The market maker. Olives? Stuffed or unstuffed? Unstuffed. You scold us for our pizza choices, but what is your favorite guilty food pleasure? That's tough. Hmm. Probably. How stuffed do I like the Oreos? A lot. Guilty food. Hmm. How do you define that? Is it just like something that you would not normally eat because it's terrible for you? Or just like you want me to name the trashiest food I'm willing to consume? I haven't, JC. That's disgusting. It's a hand-sized peanut butter cup. I love it. Something you're afraid of getting sick because it's so good. Okay, so I have a food that kind of covers all these bases. Um, Eggplant parmigiana. Like, I'll fucking eat a whole tray of it. I'll eat it till I'm physically ill. And then I'll get another plate of it. But I can't eat anybody's but my own. I mean, it's probably not good for you. It's a lot of fucking cheese. It shouldn't be slimy. There's definitely a right way to make it. But I've never been to a restaurant that makes it the way I like it. I've ordered it from tons of restaurants. It's always awful. I won't give anybody the recipe. It's mine. Calls on Girk Scout. It's actually shockingly not that unhealthy. Right? It's just like fresh. I mean, I guess breadcrumbs and the cheese are the worst part. But it's not super salty, and it's got tons of fiber. What's your secret? I don't want to tell anyone, Steve Graff. I've had Michelangelo's frozen. It's no. You won't share your recipes. What's up, Vecna? There's a mosquito in here. Fucker. Bro, you have gout now? I don't have gout. What the fuck are you talking about? Gonna need proof. Show us your feet. Oh, is it Power Hour? I didn't realize. What the hell happened? Seriously, that was bullshit. Between this and the beginning of Houston's interview, the stream is going downhill fast. Thanks. I do my best. You didn't miss anything, Cam. I don't know who he is, but no. Dude, I don't have gout. What the fuck? How do you even get gout? I'm not Henry VIII. Gout is when you get like crystals of uric acid in your legs. Get it in your joints? Jesus Christ. Ugh. Put some pickle. I don't have gout. You guys are insane. Is this because I ate a croissant? Adam Aaron probably does have gout. Fat fucking slug. Say croissant again. You're saying it very good. Hope this helps with the gout medicine. Thanks. If you guys want to give me money for the gout I don't have, I'm fully okay with that. Foie gras. Why did you spell it that way? Oh. Yeah, but I never got gout from that. How would that give me gout? It's not even that unhealthy. It's all vegetables. Frog raw. For the gout. Thanks, Nutsaculon and JC. I appreciate the money for the medications. Yeah, they force feed them VWAP Disciple. Best wishes on terminal gout. Thanks, Economist Moist. Foie gras accompagnon d'oignons carmelés. What? With caramelized onions? Bloomberg terminal gout. Should stay away from shrimp, crab, lobster. Very bad with gout. Yeah, I don't really eat a lot of those, to be honest. Occasionally. Yeah, but I mean, I fry it in olive oil. I guess it's not exactly healthy, but it's fucking delicious. It's not healthy, but it's not like eating like a platter of Big Macs. It means foie gras with caramelized onions. That's what I said. Right? Thoughts on scallops? Not my favorite. They're okay. Ooh, have you ever had gooey duck? Gooey duck's interesting. If you like scallops. Congrats on your new pet goat. Thanks, man. Have you ever had Geodude? No, I don't eat Pokemon, thanks. Hey, we're going back up, guys. Apparently, Maverick B. Matt Kors likes duck goo. Peking duck is out of control. It's getting harder and harder to find it, though. I've had rabbit. It's okay. It's not my favorite. I had a really good rabbit stew once. What is Pittsburgh style? I really don't want to look at the traditional candlesticks today. Oof. God, that's disgusting. Why would you do that to me? This man has eaten every animal. Not every animal. Like, I've never had mink whale. Sorry to hear about the gout. Put this in for a headstone. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. You say they're trying to cover without jumping the bid-ask spread again. Can you make us dummies understand that this doesn't mean they're escaping their short position? No, it's just the market makers trying to cover the T+2 from closed contracts without jumping the bid-ask spread. Why would I eat a pigeon whale? No, I've never had narwhal. Steak, charred outside, raw inside. That's a... How do you do that without cooking the inside a bit? I've never had moose. No, I haven't eaten guinea pig either. I mean, I've had a rare steak. I don't know if that's Pittsburgh style. Heard there was a goat now. Give it a treat. Thanks. I don't know what's wrong with you people sometimes. Over under on 800K volume today. I think we'll cross it, but barely. That sounds like 700 degrees, 2 to 3 minutes each side. Sounds like, like a medium rare steak. You think Kenny has gout? Maybe. Would you eat me? I wouldn't, Maverick. It just sounds like a rare steak made properly. I didn't realize Pittsburgh invented rare meat. I mean you, the viewership, big billionaire. That's what I mean by you people. It's pretty clear. No? Why would I have eaten a human? That sounds gross. People are fucking disgusting. I wouldn't eat one. I'm just going to reiterate that a properly cooked steak should be seared on the outside and rare in the middle. Like, you guys are describing it as a Pittsburgh steak, but I feel like that's just how you cook a steak. That's not really locked into, like, a specific region or anything. An Uber driver once told me he invented rib tips and Applebee's stole his idea. That's awesome. I don't really like wine very much. Sometimes I'll have like white wine, but not my favorite. It's a fucking thing, you twerp. Look it up. But you're just still like, just because somebody has labeled it as such, does not make it like specific to that region. The crust is black, so it's just burnt on the outside, rare in the middle. I thought a Pittsburgh steak was a boiled chicken. This is black and blue. Cut Pittsburgh some slack. They just discovered fire. Have you ever had milk steak boiled over hard? Yeah, I like whiskey. Yeah, I've had plum wine, but it's just kind of overly sweet. Yeah, it's at 1 billion. I'll eat my steak raw on the outside, well done on the inside. Blue and black. Would you rather live in Pittsburgh or Philly? I lived in Pittsburgh. Well, not in Pittsburgh, but like right outside of it. Okay, stonks. Sure, man. I didn't realize you were so worldly and steak and knowledgeable about steakhouses. Tell me more. Tell me more about Pittsburgh's singular contribution to the culinary world. I lived in Coraopolis, Cam. You made that place up. I did not. What has Pittsburgh brought to the culinary world? I don't know. I'm trying to find out. I didn't work for a hedge fund when I lived in Coraopolis. They've brought you French fries. Now hear me out. On top of salads. Why is there a sports team called the Pirates when they're nowhere near the fucking ocean? It was a Disney movie city. It was a weird place. I'd like to know if TradeSpotting's floor is still 69,420 a share. Me too. Land pirates? Because there are butts. Because they invented pirates just like properly cooked steaks. Any significance for under 1 million volume? No. Yeah, I think it's just like a slow day. It stinks. But if we go up another dollar, you know, stuff. Because Steelers is already taken. Are you gonna have subtitles on your after hours stream? What are you, from England? English people really love to pretend that they can't understand the Scottish, but it's not true. It fucking is. Something Iron Brew. I'll be honest, I can't understand the Welsh either. Imagine being such a prick that you think your city's better than all the other cities. Or that they invented steak. What about New York being the best city? It's not the best city in the world. It's probably the best one in the US. But I think that's just like a given. Like, there's no question about it. Nobel laureate paleontologist Jeff Goldblum. Yeah, that's fair, Kevin. The people in New York City are terrible. That's just something people who aren't from New York City say, or have never been here. They're really not. They're disinterested. Like, they're not going to be your friend because you just like met them on the street. This isn't Savannah, Georgia. Did New York City people drive as badly as people in Massachusetts? Most New Yorkers don't really drive, right? Oh, yeah. That's what happens on garbage day. Yeah, in my entire life, I've never heard somebody say, I'm walking here. Except on TV. Oh boy, parks cars. That's a lot of info you just hit me with. My stream has a 60-cent price difference. Is that better? Uber drivers are trash everywhere. I think it's just when they were in like when it was cabs, you could see them coming because they were brightly colored. But with Uber drivers, like all the Ubers are always black. Like they all buy the same black Toyota Camry. And it just comes out of nowhere and they try to run you over. Are we still seeing shares being bought back without trying to jump the ask? Absolutely. My boss is an app and I owe it money. I mean, in New York City, I think they get paid hourly. Did an Uber driver hurt you? No. I drove Uber for a while when I was in between jobs at one point. It was terrible. I quit immediately. The profit margins are atrocious. Like you have to not be able to do math to stick with that job for a long time. Really? I feel like if there's like a zombie apocalypse, most New York City apartments are way more secure than a house. Like I have a steel door with like 10 locks on it. Yeah, it's below minimum wage usually. Yeah, but on the other side of those water-soaked walls is brick. Can't punch through the brick. I mean, maybe. It'd be hard. I think the whole idea that guns are going to be useful in a zombie apocalypse is fucking stupid. They're already dead. Everyone's like, oh, you shoot them in the brain and they die. No, they don't die twice. They're already dead once. That's it. You can't kill them. It all depends on the type of zombie you're dealing with. Yeah, if you do it like part-time, it's not that bad. But full-time's garbage. Subscribing if zombie talk keeps going. Why? I just want to know why. I'll stop the zombie talk, but I want to know why. Well, little do they know, we have a place where we can all hang out and talk about pickles, burnt steaks. Zombies only talking about any fantasy slash untrue topic. All right. Clearly, we're triggering your Asperger's. But are you gonna hang out with us and talk pickles and burnt steaks after you're richer than Bezos? Fuck no. Mr. Finch. Burnt yet raw steak. Careful, man. You're gonna get those two Pittsburgh people really fucking triggered. Sub 1 million volume for the day? Sure as shit looks like it. I wonder if anybody bought GameStop thinking that going to the moon wasn't a euphemism. Just rinse it off, Graham. I hate idiots too, Mr. Diggs. GME gonna buy SPCE. Oh, we're not literally going to the moon. I mean, maybe afterwards. We didn't do anything to the stock, Dr. K. Maybe Howard Walnuts, but just because your name's amazing. You know, Skona, you make an excellent point. I should quit. I'm gonna put a Bugatti in orbit. What a waste of a Bugatti. What car do you have your eyes on post MOASS? The one I've got, it still runs. I'm not gonna lie, the Bugatti's pretty good looking. He has a car, case solved. It's not that expensive. It's like $300 a month, J Money. I don't have an Audi R8. No one has a car in New York? That's not true. Why do you think parking's so difficult? If nobody had a car, there'd be parking spots everywhere. I've never seen any cars in New York City. What's the candle setting on my current graph? Hank and Ashi. Nobody had a candle. Where's the wisdom? I feel like being a taxi driver would be interesting. Maybe I'll do that after MOASS. Imagine hosting Cash Cab. What happens if we lose all volume? Nothing. Final test. Which type of bear is best? Kodiak. Klondike. It's like $1 right now, ish. Gummy bear. Camembert. I don't think koalas are bears. Aren't they marsupials? Pandas are evolutionary fuck up. I think they have, don't they have chlamydia, not gonorrhea? Koalas are not short, GME. I have watched that documentary, David Herrera. I love listening to Werner Herzog pontificate on things. That guy's the ultimate asshole. Googling stuff is great. It's almost like the internet is this endless source of knowledge which nobody exploits. I think we're going to close the day below a million volume. There's a chance we could end green. We'd have to go up, though. A bit. Infrastructure bill passed the House? No, everything's going to rip now. Oh, okay. Why do people tell me this stuff, then? Be specific. No, not Pacific. Specific. Like specify. You don't pacify is a different word. Pacific. I mean, someone didn't just do that, Iron Porter. We heard about it hours ago. But it's good to know. That's whatever routing service they use. That's all that is. It doesn't mean GME is worth $3,600 a share. Calm the fuck down. Toman? Huh. I can't be more Pacific. I'm not an ocean, Greg. Knees weak, arms are heavy. Paschetti. uh, do something, spurt. No, everyone just thinks that like GME is trading somewhere for $3,600 a share, and it's not what's happening. But dark pool abuse, though, oh, whatever. BlackRock had a 30% reduction in shares. That was from the Russell rebalance, but everyone knew that was going to happen. And it wasn't 30%, it was 21%. BlackRock bought 30 million AMC shares, though. That is interesting. Well, didn't AMC become the highest weighted company in the Russell 2000 after GME left? How could they short GME in the S&P 500? It's not part of the S&P 500. No worries, Iron. I understand, man. I'm just letting you know that we talked about it already. No, just not part of the S&P 500. I do know my IQ, but it's irrelevant. Doesn't mean anything. What's an IQ? It's a BMW quasi sports car that perforates the top of people's heads. One minute Maverick. They're better than Mercedes. They're fun to drive. They have nice suspension. Well, I'm sure Han is going to send me the questions on the Discord soon, and then I'll have them. Han, how are we looking on that? What's my favorite sitting position? I don't know. In a chair? Okay, thanks. He's coming on here. But I think he's also streaming it. I'm not sure. I sleep on my side. Are you all about to rap battle? I don't know. See you guys in a bit. No, I didn't watch any in preparation. You need to leech off people with more viewers. That's not what it's about, right? Oh, look at us go. Look at all this volume in the last 30 seconds. $27,000. Are we just gonna rip into after hours? No. And yes. All right. Okay, I guess the market's closed now. Your answers are disconcerting. I'll have to contemplate things stuff. All right, guys, thank you so much. I'm gonna shut this stream down. Thanks, Han. And then I'm going to start the other stream. All right, so I'll be live in about 5 minutes ish.